Good evening, everyone, and welcome to a very special Halloween edition of Malt and Magic, where we play Call of Cthulhu in a completely home-brewed environment or adventure, I should say, called Whispers in the Fog. So, to set the scene before we then go and introduce our players, let me describe the world to you. London, 1901. The great city sprawls under a shroud of perpetual twilight, its streets lost to a ceaseless tide of fog that curls and coils like the ghostly breath of some slumbering leviathan. The gas lamps flicker weakly in the mist even, their feeble light swallowed by the dense, damp air. Beneath the surface of this bustling metropolis, a sense of unease lingers, an unnamed dread that whispers through the narrow alleys and forgotten lanes. In the stillness of the night, when the world seems to hold its breath, the city takes on a different aspect. The familiar becomes strange, and the boundaries between the known and the unknown blur. The fog obscures more than just the cobblestones. It hides the unseen, the half-glimpsed, and things best left forgotten. The ancient stones of these city streets, worn smooth by centuries of passage, seem to pulse with a quiet, latent energy, as if they remember things that mankind has long since buried in the depths of time. Above, the moon casts a pallid glow, its light diffused and distorted through the mist, giving the night an eerie, otherworldly hue. There is a weight to the air, thick and oppressive, as though the city itself burdened by the secrets it keeps, secrets that press in from the edges of consciousness, gnawing at the fringes of sanity. In this place where history runs deep, and the walls seem to whisper in forgotten tongues, one cannot help but feel a strange kinship with this darkness, an inexorable pull towards the unknown, where the very essence of reality trembles on the brink of revelation. And so, on this night, as the fog rolls in once more, the city lies waiting, holding its breath, for those who dare to peer into the shadows, who seek to lift the veil. London is ready to reveal its true face, ancient, inscrutable, and terrifying. A word of caution for our tale tonight. Our session will include horror elements, as this is a horror game. So you have been warned. Please do take care. There will, of course, be adult language and adult humour throughout as well. You have been warned, but with that being said, let us dive into tonight's mystery. Hello. Yeah, well done.
Quite an introduction. quite an introduction.
Quite an introduction. So yes, you join us for our Halloween special of Malt and Magic, where we play Call of Cthulhu. And I'm going to get straight into this tonight, because I want to make sure we give it enough time. So, for tonight, I am Matt Isbell, and I will be your Keeper of Arcane Lore. And in the words of Mark Meir, a keeper is nothing without their players. So let's meet mine. Players, I would ask that you state who you are and your name. We will come to descriptions in a short time.
Hello, I am Dave, and I am playing Edwin Halloway.
Hello, and I am Danny, and I'll be playing Reginald Hargreaves, but you can call me Reggie.
Good evening, I am Tom, the father half of Homie and the Dude, and I'm playing Llewellyn Augustus Churchill III, sometimes also referred to as Esquire.
Hello, I am the son half of Homie and the Dude, and I will be playing Maddox Carlyle.
Very good. So they are our players for tonight, and as I said during that prologue, we are in London 1901 at the turn of the century. Each of you has received an invite in some way, shape or form to the British Museum at the request of one Dr. Harold Winthrop, a respected curator and archaeologist who is presenting a newly discovered artifact. Let's set our scene. The Grand Exhibition Hall of the Natural History Museum is a testament to the grandeur of the British Empire and appetite for the exotic and the ancient. High, vaulted ceilings loom above, adorned with intricate carvings and frescoes depicting explorers and mythical beasts. The floor, this gleaming expanse of polished marble, is lined with display cases that house relics of lost civilizations, Egyptian mummies, Babylonian tablets, and artifacts from the far corners of the empire. The air is filled with the murmur of well-dressed attendees, a mixture of academics, socialites, and the curious, all drawn by the promise of seeing the latest find of the esteemed Dr. Harold Winthrop. In the centre of the hall, illuminated by a soft glow, stands the focal point of the exhibit, a small, intricately carved statuette. Despite its size, the artifact draws the eye with this magnetic pull, its strange, twisted form defying clear comprehension. And beside it, Dr. Winthrop, a man in his late 50s with thinning hair and wire-rimmed glasses, addresses or is about to address the gathering crowd, though his voice carries an undercurrent of anxiety. As we look across the crowd, then, Edwin, describe to me what people within this congregation would see when they look at you.
People look over and see a man in his mid-50s. He's an average-sized man, but seems to be fairly well built. He's seen some work in his life. He's definitely not just sat behind a desk, but he keeps he keeps his appearance very well, and definitely looks like he's got a bit of money behind him. He certainly isn't in any rags. He's got grey hair and a grey beard, and he also is wearing glasses. He's taken his overcoat and his cap off as he is now indoors, and he's looking very, very interested. He has a pipe, which he is furiously working at the moment, but he's extraordinarily interested in the room and what's going on. This is exactly his type of bag, and it's very hard contained excitement from him, but he's trying to keep his composure.
I suppose, Edwin, you would feel that palpable excitement in the room as well. Indeed, there is an individual, scruffy individual, that sort of pushes past you for a moment to get close or closer to the artifact. And Reggie, please describe to me what Edwin sees as you sort of nudge them and move on.
Pardon me.
So, I am quite clearly a journalist, as I've got notepad, pen, and one of those old school, quite beastly cameras. As portable as it was in the day, but that's hanging by my side.
Massive tripod underneath it.
Yeah, they were about this big, weren't they?
Smart
It was like carrying around a small TV. So I've got one of them bad boys, and like ink stains on fingers. I'm wearing nice clothes, but you can tell I look like I've been on shift for about 2 days. A few bags under the eyes, unkept facial hair, no qualms about keeping my hat on inside because my hair is in no fit state to be shown underneath the hat. Not tie loosely done up around my neck, a bit like if you imagine Constantine. He dresses nice but he's scruffy at the same time. That's the kind of vibe that you've got. And I've got a bit of a reputation in the area for being a journalist who likes to report on weird shit. So that's why I've got a keen interest to be here this evening.
Very good. And you nudge past Edwin then. Edwin, do you say anything? Do you do anything?
Excuse me. Good lord. Who are the people they let in here today?
Apology accepted, as I go past.
Yeah.
And ready as you go past and approach the statuette, then you see another elderly figure, if you like, seated quite near the front. And Llewellyn, what does Reggie see as he sort of walks past you to approach the artifact or get closer to the artifact?
He sees a gentleman that hasn't been in the game for a while. Actually, I didn't think I'd ever need to get back in the game. Paid my dues, paid my severance, solved my crimes. Didn't need any titles or any accolades, and was just seeing out my retirement until my friend Harry gave me a call to come and give my seniorly perspective on this situation that seems a little bit out of order. I'm older. You might call me senior. You might say that at times I convey some signs of slippage, but don't be fooled. I've been doing this for longer than many of you have been alive, and I know my way around a suspicious scene.
Very good. Ready, do you say anything as you see Llewellyn? Danny?
No. Sorry, I forgot my name was Reggie for a second.
So good. So good. There we go.
I was just typing.
First goof for the night.
No, I don't say anything to him. I'm in hyper-focus mode, which means I don't give a shit about anybody else who's there. Only what I'm
I
supposed to see.
I see him passing by. I say, "How goes it, young blood?"
I'll just look at you, and then carry on doing what I'm doing.
No respect. No respect.
Maddox, where are you on this evening, then?
Maddox is probably somewhere near the back. He was brought as kind of a +1 with someone quite famous in tonight's crowd, a celebrity. And he's at the back. He hasn't actually shredded his large kind of like pea coat that is like long and flowing and has collar popped high, so it's like up around his face. He has got slick, greased hair that's pulled tight to his head. You can see hands in his pockets, as he is definitely trying to avoid Reggie as much as possible. He doesn't need the media knowing that he's back in London. So he will just be kind of shoulders hunched up high, popped, and maybe kind of lean over to John Barrymore and just be like, interesting crowd tonight. interested to see what we're in for.
Yes, well, you just do as you've been asked to do, Maddox. Just you're my +1. I get it. I've allowed you here. Just don't cause a scene.
I won't. I'll be as quiet as I always am, John. And Maddox will kind of pop his collar and start walking away from him, like round the edge of the circle towards where Edwin is.
See if you can grab us a drink, Maddox.
Yeah. He'll kind of raise hand, sure.
I raise my hand and I say, waiter, could you get me waiter? Could you get me
a young man sort of wanders up. Oh, sorry.
No,
you talking, Maddox?
I'm pointing. I'm talking. Are you? Do you work here? Could I just get a drink? What's it take to get a drink around here? You.
I know. I've stopped and turned. I'm looking right at you, old man. I know your glasses are making it hard for you to see me, but no, I'm not a waiter here. I'm a guest, just like you, I imagine. So why don't you fuck off? And Maddox will continue walking and will go towards the bar, as it were, if there is one.
Crowd.
Very good.
Tough crowd.
There is a
Fuck
sort
off
of,
in 1901. That's like next
really
level,
strong.
isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
But we're 30
casual
years
greeting
younger.
nowadays, but
30 years younger, and we'd be having some fisticuffs, wouldn't we?
Are people getting near the artifact or as close as they can? Is it in like
It is sort of cordoned off a little bit, but they are getting as close as they can. And at this point, I think there is then a sort of ladies and gentlemen, please. And Dr. Harold Winthrop, sort of stands up top a small podium, and sort of welcomes you all in. And he's a relatively short, as I said, mid-40s, or late 40s, early 50s gentleman, if you like. White hair. His face looks quite drawn. There's bags under his eyes, almost as if he's not been getting a lot of sleep. But he does stand there, and there's a weak smile on his face. He goes, I thank you for joining me this evening. What you see before you is no mere trinket. His eyes sort of flash around a little bit. This artifact, unearthed from a forgotten tomb in the sands of Egypt, predates any known dynasties. Its origins shrouded in mystery, its purpose, well, we're still deciphering that. But I must caution you, there's unsettling aspects to this find, symbols, inscriptions that they defy translation. They suggest a connection to legend best have done. Sorry, we believe this may be tied to an ancient cult of sorts, an ancient brotherhoods that they worshipped a figure that we've discovered a name. It's a figure known only as the Black Pharaoh. That is a matter for further research, of course, but for now I invite you to observe and draw your own conclusions. Just be mindful of what you gaze upon, for there are things that... please, excuse me for a moment, and his face sort of pales for a moment, and his hands drop, and he steps back, visibly shaken, and an assistant sort of rushes to his side, and the crowd begins to murmur with concern. And for our first roll tonight, I want you all to roll Spot Hidden.
Okay.
oh,
So you roll a D100.
very good.
And you need to get lower than the number that is on your sheet next to Spot Hidden.
So what do we? So do we say what we roll?
So if you roll below that number,
Yeah.
then you can just say it's a success. If you roll below your number that says half,
Yeah.
That is I believe that's an extreme success. I need to double check my own rules now. Where are we?
Well, I'll start off. I'll
Yes,
start off with
hard success.
Yeah. Cool. So I
Or you've got an extreme success, which is under 1/5. Sorry, carry on.
it's fine. I rolled a success then.
A success,
I rolled a
straight
hard
success.
success.
Very good.
I rolled under my half score.
Hard success. Nice. Was it under your 5th?
No, I got 26 and my 5th was 12.
Very good. Llewellyn?
I rolled an extreme success with a 2 to start
Extreme
the
success.
festivities.
Ooh, not far off a critical success.
And
Very
he's
good.
got
And
10.
Maddox, finally.
I
I
tell
don't
you?
have a number there, but I rolled a 38.
Okay, so if you don't have a number there, then you will use the number that is already there, which is 20, I believe, or 25.
25.
If you don't
25.
have a score, so 25, you need to roll lower than 25.
Oh, I did not. I failed.
So, very good. So you get a failure. Very good. Then all of you would spot... everyone bar Maddox, everybody that succeeds would spot a small piece of paper that seems to flutter to the floor.
Dropped
As
by
Dr.
Harry.
Winthrop is then...
Yeah.
Yes, drops out of his hand that falls to his side as then people begin to murmur and sort of wander off to maybe go get a drink, or a couple of people go look at the artifact and some of the other artifacts as well. But the assistant takes Dr. Winthrop off.
Are there any?
You all, I'll say, Llewellyn, you notice that strange behaviour, and you know your friend.
I do.
He is deeply afraid of something.
He is. I get up out of my seat, and as the flurry of activity takes Dr. Winthrop off stage left, and there's other movement around, I make a beeline for the piece of paper, and I pick it up and put it in my pocket. I don't even read it. I just put it in my pocket for a moment, and I start heading
Okay.
over to Harry's direction as well.
So Harry's been
Can I
taken
try and
out of the side room. Carry on.
Yeah.
can I try and take the piece of paper out of his pocket?
You want to try? Are you trying to steal that piece of paper?
Yeah, boy.
Okay, I am going to ask you to roll me a sleight of hand, please.
And it's a
It's
big
like a-
pocket. It's a like a raincoat pocket that has, it could fit notebooks, a sandwich in there, and all sorts of stuff.
Well, I'd pull out a club sandwich instead then, because I rolled a 77.
77.
I grab
Well, you
his
don't
hand.
necessarily... Yeah, that's it. Llewellyn, you absolutely feel this hand go into your pocket and sort of grab it and see Reggie there with his
and
hand in there.
I say, hey, young blood, did you lose something?
I'm ever so sorry, old bean. I just curious
What?
about the. No, I've been caught red-handed. Let's be honest. The piece of paper you just picked up, I spotted it as well, and I just. It's a clue.
Yeah.
It must be. It must be. He was spooked, right? I would
Agreed.
like to see it. Journalist, you see, medium integrative. Come on.
Don't necessarily or usually trust your kind, but I agree wholeheartedly that it somehow was connected to Harry's reaction. I'm not one to withhold information in a way that would be looking for my own glory, so I'm heading to talk to Harry. If you want to come with me, young blood, feel free to.
Oh yes, please. Thank you.
Are there any other colleagues
as you'll
in the
notice
room?
that he's brushed you off before, but now he wants something from you. He's fucking the most polite, civil, gentlemanly man you could have met, which seems weird because he ignored you earlier. Sorry, Dave.
It's all right. Yes, are there any other members I would know here apart from Harry in the room?
So you would recognise the assistant to Dr. Harold Winthrop, which I now need to go and find the name of, because apparently I didn't put that in the immediate notes, which is really, really clever. Bear Bear with me just a minute.
I'd be walking in the similar direction to these two then, being interested to what all that was about. Edwin hasn't actually seen Harold play any theatrics before. He's usually been quite serious and down to earth on it all. Quite often the unsure and well, we always got to prove this and anything. Instead of the theatrics he saw tonight was that was a bit off. That was is he trying a new way? Is there something he's hiding? Did he buy this down the road?
I turn around and I see Edwin, and I turn to Reggie and I say, I guess we're drawing a crowd here, young blood. But I don't even know your name. What do I call you anyway?
Reginald Hardgreaves, but you can call me Bridgie, as we're now acquainted.
Prefer Reginald. That's what your birth name was, right? If you don't mind. But whatever.
If you want to use my Sunday name, that's fine. Yes. And what should I call you, old bean?
Sorry. What was that?
Your name, sir.
Yeah. That's what my hearing is. You want to come around this side, please? Can you just come around this side because I'm this side of.
Into your yes, of course. Your name, kind sir.
Yeah, it's well, you've heard of Llewellyn Augustus Churchill III, Esquire, for some.
Have I heard of Llewellyn Augustus before? Given that I'm into
Llewellyn.
if he knows this geezer who gets up weird artifacts, and I like to investigate weird artifacts, I know this bloke.
I'm going to say that you have heard of Llewellyn's esteemed history as a private investigator.
Yeah. I would say your reputation precedes you, Llewellyn. Given your vast history, I thought you'd be a lot older than you are.
I'll take that as a compliment. Thank you very much, Reginald.
Yes, that's how it was meant, yes.
Should we run interference here? It looks like we're drawing flies to a pile of shit. As I turn around and I look at Edwin.
I do apologise.
And Edwin, to answer your question, sorry, Dave, you would have recognised the assistant as one Thomas Dunstable, a young sort of study protege of Dr. Winthrop.
Apologies for intruding, gentlemen. I was only interested as to what Harry's game was there. I've not seen him do anything more theatrical than that. Forgive me, my name is Edwin Halliwell. I work alongside Harold. In a different department, admittedly, but I was just inquiring as to what it was all about.
Well, and I turn to Reginald and I say, this young man would probably know a little bit more about what that might entail than anyone at this point. Wouldn't you say, Reginald? And I'm just kind of seeing how Reggie will play in real time with a bit of a riff right now.
Yes, I probably would. I know quite a bit about Egyptian artifacts, actually. I'm a bit of an investigator in strange, you could say,
Exactly.
the most paranormal type paraphernalia. So this is of keen interest. And I also thought it weird that Harry had the same reaction.
You say the paranormal, these are just, as much as they are fantastic artifacts, they are just from history. I have spent a number of years researching them myself.
Well, Edwin, pardon the expression, but history does have a spiritual component to it as well, if you dig deep enough and you get quiet enough.
Dug plenty deep into how the Egyptians thought of, moving on to the other life and what they took with them and everything. These artifacts are quite phenomenal, but if I understand where you're going, that's all they are. Wonderful artifacts.
I'm only basing it off my own experiences. I've seen some things as a boy, but that's not for now. Harry is our concern for now.
Yes. Sure, pop in. I can speak to his assistant if you need me to.
All of you roll me psychology checks, please.
Psychology. Where the heck is that? Oh, there it is.
Me included.
Everyone.
Fail.
God damn it. 68, yeah, fail.
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 Under 65, that's close.
This
So
is
it
the
has to
most
be
I've used a
has to be
D100
under
in
the
my whole entire
psychology?
life, by the way.
Has to be under the number in your psychology, and if it's not got a number, then it will need to be under 10.
Yeah, it's a fail.
Fail. Very good. At this moment, then, as you all go and turn to follow, there is a piercing scream as it looks like one of the waiters, the young waiter, young boy, just comes tearing out of that side room and runs out of the museum.
As he does, and as we sort of start making our way toward Maddox, who's sort of in the periphery, and I remember the conversation that I had with him, mistaking him as a waiter. As we go by, I just slow down and I say, "Do you have any perspective of what's going on here?"
Llewellyn just ignoring the ear-piercing scream as somebody runs out.
Maddox will have two glasses in hand, and will be looking. Almost like he's ignored the question. Will be looking at the glasses, and as he looks up, he's gonna see this almost premonition just to the left of Llewellyn. A gentleman dressed in all green, wearing kind of this desert helmet, kind of almost looks like a Bobby's kind of helmet from in the UK, but it's like tan color. Musket to his side, with rifle with bayonet to his side, and he kind of looks up and down. And then goes, "Well, you're gonna go help the boy. You made a promise." And Maddox will look at the alcohol in his hand longingly, wishing that he could just take one sip before he had to just be on duty. And he will hand the glasses to Llewellyn and say, "Here, there's that drink you want," and he will rush after the boy.
Very good. So Maddox goes running after this young boy. The door to this side room is now open.
Edwin will presumably run past these two and head straight for the door. That's the door that Harold went in.
Absolutely. As you step through, then, you rush to the source of this scream, and you find Dr. Winthrop's body slumped in a darkened hallway just outside his office. His face is frozen in this expression of pure abject terror, his eyes wide and unseeing. On his arms and his chest, where his shirt has been torn open, are these strange jagged symbols carved into the flesh, still oozing dark blood. The cuts are precise. There is a... In fact, make me an occult roll.
Occult. Where is that?
Occult.
Bottom in the middle.
Ah, yes.
0.5%. If you don't have it.
Yeah. So that will be a high success or whatever it is.
Extreme
So
or
not extreme.
hard?
Hard success.
Hard success. These cuts are precise and ritualistic. There is a connection to the occult here. Maddox, you run after the waiter, who is outside, and as you sort of get to him, you just see them go and throw up on the steps of the British Museum, and they are just shaking.
I'll go up to them and put like a hand on their back and kind of like rub their back and tell them like, hey, relax. I'm just here to check if you're okay. I saw you run out. What happened back there?
The doctor's dead. The doctor's dead.
What did you see, though? Give me a little bit of. Did you see anything happen? Did you see the assailant or anything like that?
I just went through to offer him a drink, and his body was there, and it's covered in blood and cuts, and the doctor's dead.
Okay.
The doctor's dead.
Breathe, lad. Breathe.
At this point,
calm.
faints.
Oh well, this was useless. This is what I get for trying to help people, I suppose. And he will go down and check his pulse first. I'll do a little pulse check first.
Make me a medicine check then, please. With I'll say it's not called advantage, but at advantage.
So with an extra 10,
So an extra 10,
it's well under. That's just a normal success.
Normal success. So you place sort of two fingers against his neck where the major artery in the neck is, and you can sort of feel an increased pace of the pulse there, but a pulse, no doubt. The boy will be fine. It's just the shock.
As he bends down and he puts his fingers on the pulse, the premonition appears to his left, crouched down, holding rifle, as he goes, "Well, darling, good job. Another great first introduction as per usual. You always were great at talking to people." As he leans down and he goes, "Tommy, I really don't need this tonight." And we'll grab the boy's jacket and we'll drag him into the entryway of the museum, prop him up underneath the coat rack where everyone's coats are, because it's nice and warm there. And we'll just kind of prop him up there as Maddox will re-enter the kind of main exhibition hall, and probably be like, "Okay, everyone," and is going to look towards John and kind of tilt his head as if to say sorry, and be like, "It seems a murder has happened, so please, everyone, please remain in the building until the authorities have been called. Everyone, please stay here. I'm a doctor. I'm going to go check out the situation. Does anyone know where the body is?"
So,
and as it pans back into the room where the body is, and Edwin's looking at the body, you'll just see a big flash and a puff of smoke behind him as I've snuck in and took a picture of the body.
Reginald, not now. Go and get some help.
Get some vital evidence. He's already dead.
How do you know that? I'll go down and
look
do
at the ritualistic elements. It's clearly a...
Yeah. Harold, and just tapping him on the cheek like, "Harold, are you still with us?"
Can I look
Harold
around for the
Winthrop
assistant?
is
sorry.
quite clearly dead. You can absolutely look around for the assistant, but Harold Winthrop is most certainly dead. Edwin, make me a medicine check, please. Reggie, make me a spot hidden, please.
I was going to fail that anyway, but yeah.
32 success.
Out of interest, what is... Oh, yeah, so 90 and 10 would be 90, is that right?
Yes.
I was like, that's weird.
Sorry, 90... Sorry, is it 9 and 10, or is it 90 and 1?
I've got 90 and 10 on here, so yeah, it's 9.
You're rolling two...
No, I've got percentile,
you need
so
to find
90
one of your
and...
D10s with a single figure.
Yes, that's what that is.
Oh, wasn't it? It's a 0.
Well, it says 10 on mine, but yeah.
Right, okay. Yeah, in which case that's 90.
Cool. That's confusing. Anyway, yes.
Yeah.
Major fail.
Major fail. Yeah, with a 90, that is a failure. It's not a fumble, but it is a failure. Very good. So you at this point then you struggle to make sense of the wound. You're overwhelmed by the grotesque nature. Maddox, you now approach where the body is seeing this sort of hubbub. Reggie, you look down, and as you look at the body, it's grotesque, but you notice in the hand something is held, a torn piece of paper.
Edwin, there's a clue in his hand. Grab it.
What? Hang on.
Maddox?
Right.
I'll push past Llewellyn, who's got 2 glasses that I handed him in his hands, and I'll be like, "Doctor coming through. Move out the way, old man." And we'll come into the room and be like, "Excuse me, gents. Can you step away from the body? I'm gonna inspect it."
Who are you? Who are you?
I'm a doctor.
I don't care. What's your name?
What's the version of an insight check on this?
That would be a...
Is it psychology?
Yes.
Or is it a contested persuade check? Or fast talk check?
That would definitely be a psychology check, but it would be a psychology check versus either, Maddox, a charm. In fact, it wouldn't be charm, it would be fast talk.
Would it? Yeah,
fast talk. Fast talk versus psychology.
Cool.
Come on.
What do you get?
Hard success. Hard success.
Hard success. So, Reggie would see either the truth or the lie in this particular phrase, Maddox.
Yes. So what you would instantly get is that you look at kind of how he's dressed. You can see that this big coat is kind of done up still at the front and covering a lot of what he's wearing. But he's smart. He's well dressed. There's probably something as a journalist that you recognize about him. He is, both someone who is been on the screen, the stage, and is related to people who are of note within the city of London. But what I would say is you can tell that as he approaches the body and begins checking the pulse, and then kind of inspecting the wounds, and actually then pops the coat and pulls out from like a little pouch some surgeon's tools, basically. You can tell that I'm trained in something to do with medicine. Whether I'm an actual doctor or not, probably unlikely. But I clearly have medical experience of some sorts.
Everybody make me a sanity roll, please.
What was the...
While this is happening...
how do we do that? Actually, that's a good point.
So you need to roll a D100 again. Sorry, Tom, I'll be with you in just a second. You roll a D100. It has to be below your sanity to succeed.
Okay,
Tom.
I succeed.
It's not. It's not.
Tell me in a minute. Tom, we'll come to you.
I have a half success.
So
Cool,
a
what
hard
does that mean?
success. You've reached half. Yeah. Cool.
Yeah.
What were you going to ask?
I wasn't. I was just going to say that as the chaos is happening and I see through the crowd my friend Harry's body lying prone, and I can assess and know to a pretty high degree whether he's dead or not. I take a drink of one of the drinks, I put it down, and I take the other one and walk outside and light a cigarette and pull the note out of my pocket.
Nice.
As I
Excellent. We are going to come back to that in just a moment then. So, sanity rolls then. How do we do?
43, so under my sanity.
So, success.
Success.
Reggie?
I got 52, which is 12 over my score.
Failure.
Yeah.
Llewellyn, you got a hard success. And Maddox?
Correct.
I got a 1, critical success.
Critical success. The medic in the moment just honing in on the situation. Anybody that succeeds then, you are disturbed by this. you will each lose 1 point of sanity.
Okay.
That's for successes. If you failed, you are horrified by the sight of these grotesque symbols and the sheer terror that is etched onto the face of Dr. Winthrop. You start to struggle to push this image from your mind. You are going to lose 4 points of sanity, and that's if you failed.
On a critical success, do I still lose the 1?
I'm going to say no.
Cool.
Seeing, therefore, Maddox and what he's come in with, and then seeing Reggie as he's taken a photo and then realised that was, that meant that he's sort of taken in too much in trying to gather all the
It's
info.
now etched in his brain. Yeah.
I'm gonna see Reggie zone out and just go up to him, and I'm gonna leave Harold's body. Maddox is going to it. Come on, Reginald. Let's take a seat, and before the fit of the vapors kick in, let's give you some brandy and soda, and let's just get you all sorted. I'm going to go and make sure that they call one of the officers from the street. So, are you okay here?
And I'll kind of pull out some smelling salts from my inside pocket and just. Yes.
Stay with us, Reggie. Stay with us.
I'm back.
Okay, good. I'm gonna call the make sure they call the police and make sure that people stay here. Okay.
Yes. That's fine. Yes, correct course of action.
He turns around. Sir, I never caught your name. Looking at Maddox.
And at that moment, Maddox is basically feeling the temperature of the skin. He's looking at the wounds to try and judge how the lacerations were caused, what type of blade or implement might have been used. He's probably also thinking about any chance of survival, basically. If a heart stops, but also there's has he bled out? Is this a heart attack followed by what? Trying to just work out what the thing that killed him was. And while that's happening, he's kind of muttering to himself, and in his head, just ringing is sounding out. As you can hear way off in the distance, explosions just. As Edwin puts a hand on Maddox's shoulder, and he's gonna, what?
Sorry, I never caught your name.
People call me Ox.
Ox. Okay. Ox. Find out what you can with him. Keep an eye on Reginald, and I'm going to go and make sure that we get the authorities involved here.
Before you leave, what was your name as well?
My name is Edwin Halliwell. I was a colleague of
Edwin.
Harold, so do give him the due care you need to.
Of course, I will respect your friend deeply. There's an old man outside who I walked past who looked quite shocked. As I was coming back in, he looked really stunned, as if he'd seen. Go make sure he's all right as well, won't you?
I will make sure he's okay. You keep an eye out and find out what's going on.
I'll
Maddox,
do my
make
best.
me, with a bonus dice, a medicine roll, please.
Ooh, baby. We love a bonus dice. Oh! That's a 4.
4. That is
So that's
an
a-
extreme success.
Yes, indeed.
Nice.
You, quite clearly these wounds are ritualistic in nature, but it looks like, despite the short period of time, somebody's used that period of time to intricately carve these into Dr. Winthrop's body, indicating that, or suggesting that either he knew his assailant or was unable to defend himself. You take note of the symbols, just sort of in your mind. I'm going to come to Llewellyn now. You stand there and you've got the notes that you put in your pocket, correct?
I'm outside sitting on a bench and pull the note out. I have the glass with scotch and one ice cube in it on the bench. I pull the note out and I light a cigarette and take my glasses off because these are actually disguise glasses and I don't need them to read the note, so I take my glasses off. And, oh shit.
Self-waxing at the same moment.
Other side.
Wrong side, yeah. Is that
I
one?
told you guys. Never mind. Anyway.
It's all good.
Maybe
It's all
I should
good.
put them back on. But,
It works.
I look down and I say, old friend, you called me to this event. To do what? And I think back to the last time we spoke, and
I was about to say it was really distracting. Just this fucking soul patch flicking around every time you move.
I'm gonna be down to nothing in a minute. But anyway, so I'm thinking back to the last
it's all
time
good.
we spoke, and that invitation that he gave me to come here, and I'd like to think about what exactly he said to me, if I could.
Very good. And it was probably via messenger or telegram. And it would have said something along the lines of, Dearest Llewellyn, I gravely need your insight on this latest find. There are things with it that are unerring, they are jarring. I could use a friend. Please come to the event tomorrow night.
And as I think back to exactly those words, before I open up the note, I say, give me something to work with, old friend. There's going to be chaos here. The officials will be involved. As always, I plan to work around the edges, but I need a clue. And I open up the note.
Very good. So if we go over to Owlbear Rodeo, we have our first handout of the evening.
Beautiful.
Call of Cthulhu is a game built on handouts. So, you take and unfold a crumpled, torn piece of paper, which, as you can see on screen, but for the sake of people on the podcast, it reads, "They are watching. The Brotherhood knows. Protect the statuette. Do not let them." And it almost seems to just cut off.
As I read the words, I turn the note over to see if there's additional words on the other side, knowing that it looks like half of the message has been torn, possibly.
There is nothing on the other side.
And then I read it again to myself. They are watching. The Brotherhood knows. Protect the statuette. Do not let them take it from me. Do not let them possess it. Take control of it. Talk to me. Fucking Harry, talk to me.
Edwin, at this point, you would exit out and see Llewellyn on a bench, just sort of holding this piece of paper, but it's probably making a lot of hand movements.
What have you got there, dear fellow?
What do I have here? I have a clue, I think. But it depends on...
Hang on a minute, that was the note. I saw that drop out of Harry's pocket.
Nice observation skills. So did I. You say you worked for Harry.
I worked alongside him, different, adjoining departments.
Okay, so that sounds a little bit more distant than the way you had presented it earlier. It seemed like you were old pals. I guess I must have
fairly well, yes.
Oh, great.
So I forget. Did you know him as well?
45 years, yeah. We came up together as kids. We knew each other in grammar school, and then through the professional ranks, and then we kind of separated. But never mind.
Professional ranks. Where did you work with him on before?
I didn't work with him on anything. We were friends, but I went off into the police force and then to private investigation, and he carried on into his profession. But that's beside the point. I don't need to.
No.
I don't need to. Let me just finish, please. I don't need to convince anyone of why I'm here. What I'd like to do is show this note to you, and perhaps it can make sense to you so we can get closer to finding out what happened to my friend and your colleague, if that makes any sense.
Nothing would make me happier. We have to make these pay.
Great.
Please.
I show him the note.
Very good. So you see the note. I'll say while you're studying that note then, the security guards of the British Museum have now cordoned off the dark hallway. Reggie, Maddox, you are kept there waiting for the police to arrive to question you. The rest of the attendees are actually escorted out of the main hall into a side theatre of sorts where they are all then held because they too will need to be questioned. And it's not long before Llewellyn and Edwin, you sort of hear the clopping of hooves as at a gallop one of the police carriages arrives with a number of policemen, and they all sort of disembark, and a detective or a chief inspector sort of jumps off and takes his hat off and then runs into the building. A number of policemen follow. You see them sort of setting up now an area and a crime scene, and another, you then sort of hear another carriage pull up, and a number of men sort of jump off in the same style as Reggie. They've got cameras, they've got notepads, and they all sort of rush in, and the police sort of stop them.
I say to Edwin,
the riffraff have arrived.
Agreed. That's one thing that we are 100% in agreement with. Some of these are on the take, others may be involved in the demise of my friend. Let's just keep this note to ourselves for a minute, Edwin, and then we'll decide what to do after that.
Is there like a trust role or something again? Maybe.
No, I'll leave that down to your standard role-playing ability, whether you trust them or not. Reggie, I think you're about to ask, do I regain sanity? No.
Well, my question was going to be, have I composed myself enough to put two and two together that Llewellyn has got half a note and Edwin has just took a ripped piece of paper from the body?
So you have composed yourself enough now that the body is... You struggle to look at it, but you are now composed enough to continue on, at least. I will... There's not enough evidence right now, I will say, for you to make that connection. Because you've not seen the first
Could I at
note.
least ask
You've only seen
Edwin what he got?
You'd have to go back out.
Yeah. Okay. I'll go back out to Edwin.
Matt, what? Sorry, just before, just so I remember, what's the name of the assistant's?
So the assistant was Thomas Dunstable.
Dunstable. Okay, that's fine. I will try and remember that one. Reggie,
You actually, sort of, as you look, you see that Thomas is the one who the chief inspector is sort of walking up, and Thomas is about 25, 26. And is just sort of there. He is shaking, but he's sort of explaining to the constable a few things.
So
and then
we didn't see him.
The
did he walk? Did he walk back out before? So I'm just trying to catch what happened with Dunstable.
You did not see him walk back out.
Okay.
As such.
Okay, well, at least I know where he is. Great. Reggie, yes, a bit of fresh air for you.
Oh, thank you for that, Edwin. I feel a bit better now. But did you get that piece of paper from the body?
Oh, blimey, my memory.
I pull the note back that I was showing.
Sorry.
To
So
Edwin.
I was like, sorry, I don't believe we've been introduced. Forgive me, I don't know your name. I was looking at Llewellyn.
When I heard Reggie say that, I pull the note back and I fold it, and I say, my name is Dr. Harold Winthorpe's 35-year friend. do you have the second half of this note that I showed to you in confidence, Edwin Hallowell?
I am. I don't actually know what I have here, and he will take it out. See here.
Very good. The second handout of this evening, then.
He will immediately look. He will immediately look to Reggie. To Reggie. Now, Reggie. No photos of this, please.
This is off the record for now.
So as you then open up your piece of paper, it is also ripped and crumpled, and you open it, and the words that read on this piece of paper are: complete the ritual, the artifact is the key.
And I'll hand it to Llewellyn.
Appreciate that. Listen, no offense, Edwin, and I guess you are owed an introduction. My name's Llewellyn Augustus Churchill III, sometimes also known as Esquire by folks. I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same team. And I looked at Reggie as well. That includes you, Reginald.
If by team you mean figuring out what happened here, then of course, yes.
Let me just give you just a little brief of how these things work. All of those people in there have many different agendas. Very few of them have the agenda of really trying to understand what happened to my friend. If we are all to say that we are on the same team, then politics and connections and bribes and anything else would be in opposition to that goal. Just want to make that clear.
We're on the same page.
Agreed, Mr. Churchill. And in fact, I know that Harold has spoken about you before. It's a shame that this is the first time we've met.
Yeah, it's a terrible coincidence that this would be the first time we'd have to meet on.
I wish the circumstances were better. And my dear boy, this does look like they do go together. Unless there are other bits.
None. So
do you mind showing them to each other and seeing if they're the same piece?
I show them, I put them together, and I read them from the last sentence. So read them together. The last sentence, don't let them complete
the ritual. The artifact is the key. Now, the artifact, I'll defer to you, Edwin, is that the statuette? Because there's two different words that may have similar meaning or different meaning for different objects.
Would I therefore consider what has been unveiled to be a statuette, or would I consider it another type of artifact?
It has been described as a statuette.
I would have to say that is a fine specimen of a statuette, and I can only think that is the artifact that they are discussing. The ritual, I mean, this is all very cloak and dagger. This can't be... Surely this is to put people on the run. Send them off on a path on the trail.
Well,
don't get me wrong. I think that people would, spend many hundreds of pounds to get their hands on an artifact like this. So surely this is a monetary gain. Unfortunately, he's got into some bad dealings.
If he says the Brotherhood knows, that's obviously an underworld kind of organisation, right? So
Dr. Winthrop was not the type of man to get himself involved in such candy behaviour.
No, but he is the type of man to unearth artefacts that may be of interest to that type of organisation.
These things have only ever gone to museums.
Would we know who the Brotherhood was?
Museums are houses of stolen goods that we have taken from across the world. Isn't the Museum of London a nefarious organisation, if you think of it like that?
You have a poor look on it, I have to say.
Would Llewellyn have heard of the? Would Llewellyn have heard of the Brotherhood?
The only mention of brotherhoods you have heard the only time the word Brotherhood has been used was when Harold was talking about the artifact during his presentation, just before he ran off stage.
One thing I think
I'm
we
gonna
need to
pause
clarify.
there.
Cool.
Just to come over to Maddox as well, who has been at the body. As the police come in now, you can see they've begun to question a number of individuals. You are sort of ushered away from the body by the police, who thank you for what you've done, and begin to ask sort of where were you and when this happened and what was going on, and you explain actually you were sort of at the bar, you sort of saw the presentation, you explain everything that's gone on. And they sort of then nod and just say, hang around, we may have questions for you later. And then they turn to another individual. It looks like another academic. And you overhear the dialogue that they sort of say to this chief constable. Sort of, oh yes, Harold was a brilliant man. But he had been unravelling. He spoke of conspiracies, dark forces. It's tragic, really. Perhaps it's best we don't dwell on this. I mean, such thoughts can drive anybody into madness, surely. And the constable sort of says, well, thank you, Mr. Cromwell, and if we have any more questions for you, I'm sure we will come and find you in later. If you can just keep with the other guests in the side room. This should not take any more than maybe an hour or two. Everybody can be on their way, and then we will be able to approach anybody for further questioning later on.
Maddox will just take note of Mr. Cromwell and that he knew Harold, and actually intends to go and find whoever the museum curator is. I want to know a little bit more about
Harold
the symbols.
was the curator
Of the museum. Cool. Who's his
museum.
deputy then? Who would be next
So that
in
would be
charge?
his
if he would be?
assistant, Thomas Dunstable, who is...
And he's
sort
not
of-
been found.
He's in the room. He was the first one to sort of communicate with the police and explain what was going on. You see him off to the side, actually, and somebody brings him a glass of brandy, actually, and you can see his hands sort of shaking as he takes a shaky sip, and sort of wipes his brow with a handkerchief.
I'll go over to him and I'll be like, hi.
Oh, sorry. Yes. Hello.
Everyone's very jumpy tonight.
Murder
I'm-
and all that.
Yeah. Sure. You were Harold's assistant?
I am. Yes. Sorry, Thomas Dunstable.
Well,
holds out a hand.
Maddox will kind of look down at the hand, look back up at him, and go, well, two things. First of all, it would seem you're in line for a promotion.
And he was about to take a drink and pauses and just... The thought hadn't even crossed my mind, to be honest. Dr. Winthrop was... He knew everything about this museum, and I know so very little. Oh, poor Harold.
So, have you studied, any, are you a history graduate, an archaeologist, a symbologist, anything?
I was...
What was your
studying
practice?
Studying ancient Egyptian artifacts, actually, which is why Harold took me under his wing. It's something he's... this latest find, for example, is from ancient Egypt, and it fascinates me. He didn't let me look at the statuette as such. He said it was better he'd study that alone for whatever reason, but... I'm sorry, I'm rambling.
Do you have a pen and paper? You seem like a man who would have a pen and paper on you.
And he sort of places his glass down on the side and then reaches into his coat. I do, yes.
Amazing. Maddox will take it and begin drawing the symbols that he saw on the body, before then handing them back to him and going, what do you make of these? What can you tell me?
He sort of shakily looks at them. Believe it or not, my friends, is an extreme success for Thomas Dunstable. There's definitely something of ancient Egyptian in it, but these symbols are these strange curved. They're very similar to what was on the statuette, actually. This speaks of bringing forth madness. I'm sorry, I don't know. These are not hieroglyphics. I can't make these out. This is just strange. It's so similar to the statuette, and at this point there is a gasp as somebody shouts, "The statuette's been stolen!"
Enough for us to hear from outside?
Yes.
I was just about to check that as well.
So
Yeah,
look at
exactly.
Reggie, look at Llewellyn, and just like, just startle and then run in.
I'll look past the assistant's shoulder as Tommy sat just behind him, resting on the rifle, and is like, "Well, darling, aren't you always getting yourself into messes as per usual? Well, seems like it might be time for you to get on the mask soon. You always do love hiding behind it." And he will turn, kind of pop his collar, not say anything to the assistant as he leaves, and is going to make his way kind of to the crowd, and will kind of just almost try and blend in with the crowd, so just kind of funnel into the crowd and make himself unseen within the crowd.
As you walk away, the assistant, Thomas, grabs you and hands you the piece of paper. "I don't trust the police on this. Keep this. Hide it. Once the police are gone, perhaps you can find something in his office that's of importance."
I'll take the paper and I'll tear it into 4 pieces and kind of throw it in the air and go, "Paper trails aren't safe." And we'll then just walk off.
Very good. As you all enter back into the room now, and you see that the police are there, sort of going, now then, keep back. This is more than just one crime scene. We need to preserve all of the area. Please, back into the side room. We will question you all shortly.
That is a very expensive artifact that's gone missing. You better find it.
I go
We
to
will
the police
do whatever
guy.
we can, sir. Sorry, Dr. Halliwell. Well, perhaps it's best if you stay around, actually, with your expertise on certain things like this.
Absolutely.
And Mr. Churchill. Oof. Someone of your
Good to see you
renown.
again.
Well, indeed,
I remember
Mr.
when you were a
Churchill.
rookie. You've done quite well.
Long time
haven't
since
seen
then
you
now.
for. Yeah, how's you were a newlywed back then, and how are you? How are things? Or maybe that's a different
Unfortunately
conversation.
divorced since then, sir, but I've got a little boy at least. I get to see him every now and again.
Be good to catch up with you at some point. But for now, I'd like to have a look at that body, if that's okay. Just sort of professional courtesy, if you will.
But by all means, Mr. Churchill, yes, we could use your expertise. I'm sure. And he turns
I
to
wave,
the chief constable.
I wave Reggie in and I say,
This is my assistant. He's in a training program, and so he'll come in as well, if you don't mind.
I was just about to say, I'm also
Very
quite
good.
integral to this process. So thank you for the hand, Llewellyn.
so we
good.
get near the body, and see
I'll
basically
say the
what Maddox.
4 of you then, because Maddox,
Yeah.
I'm assuming at this point you probably keep to the edge of the party, but
You're muted.
you're muted,
you're
Bodhi,
muted.
for whatever reason.
That's on me. Apologies, was snacking prior to. Gotta have your D&D snacks.
Absolutely.
He's going to, probably be like kind of trying to stealthily move around the group, getting angles on the plinth, seeing if there's anyone kind of moving shifty. And then if he sees the three of these people going off towards the body, he's going to just try and like stealthily follow behind, basically back towards the body with them.
Can I see if I can see his movement being a little bit unusual and not what someone that would be a casual person observing a murder would be doing?
Maddox, roll me stealth.
Oh, that's just a normal success, just a regular success.
Normal success, very good. Llewellyn, roll me spot hidden.
That is a fail.
You do not spot Maddox, and Maddox, you manage to creep into this dark hallway and almost stick to the shadows as the other three, plus Thomas Dunstable and the Chief Inspector, I keep calling him different rank, but Chief Inspector is also brought in. You notice Mr. Cromwell as well is sort of hovering behind, and the Chief Inspector sort of looks to you all. Yes, well, Dr. Winthrop's office is just down here, Mr. Churchill. Perhaps we can all take a look together. Mr. Cromwell, I suggest you wait here just for a moment. And Mr. Cromwell, Elias Cromwell, is Edwin, you would recognise them. Sort of just stands there with his hand on his chin. Also very tragic. Old Harold was such a dedicated scholar. His mind was unravelling, as we saw tonight. Perhaps not best to delve too deeply, gentlemen. It seemed to have driven him mad. I will wait outside. Please let me know what you find.
Cromwell, actually, why don't you come in and we can... just to have a bit more information on these last few moments of Winthrop's life. I'd like to just know when you say he was... What were the words you used exactly? Be precise, please.
He was going mad, Mr. Churchill. Quite obviously going mad.
When you say quite
Seeing
obviously...
things, whispering things. And Thomas at this point is like, yes, actually I did. Dr. Winthrop was talking of strange whispers and things in the shadows and dark things like this.
What research papers was he, or artifacts was he looking at? Obviously, this one, the statuette, but presumably came along with other artifacts or something. Maybe some papers. Can I look at his research?
Perhaps let's, with your permission, Chief Inspector, I will take these gentlemen into Dr. Winthrop's office and let them look, see if they can find anything. It might be pertinent to your investigation. And Chief Inspector just looks and says, yes, by all means. Mr. Dunstable, please take them forward. We will welcome anything you find. We will question the attendees while you're in there. And Mr. Dunstable, Thomas Dunstable, leads you across to the office of Dr. Winthrop. So the door to Dr. Winthrop's office creaks open. And it reveals this small, cluttered space that speaks of a mind consumed by its work. Shelves line the wall that sag under the weight of countless books, their spines cracked and faded. There are stacks of paper and notes that spill across the desk, some crumpled, others neatly arranged, and it forms this chaotic landscape of ideas and research. There are these strange artifacts, ancient scrolls, cracked urns, weathered figurines. They're just scattered amongst the clutter. And it adds this unsettling air to the room. There is a single oil lamp that sort of casts dim light in this room and casts long shadows that seem to twist and shift along the walls. The air is thick with the scent of old paper, ink, and something more metallic, a faint sharp odour that lingers in the back of your throat. There is a large leather-bound journal that lies open on the desk, its pages filled with hurried, almost frantic scrawls. And a sense of urgency hangs in the air as if the room itself is holding breath, waiting for something to be discovered. And you enter in.
Dunstable, was these books the last he was working with? These papers on his desk?
The papers, yes. That journal is actually Dr. Winthrop's personal journal. Please don't delve too deeply. It's his private thoughts. Although perhaps there is something in there that...
Forgive me, Mr. Dunstable, but I'm afraid we may have to see what has been going on. I will, however, give him the due care, of course. We do not want this getting
Please
out.
do.
Another question, Dunstable. When was the last time you had heard about movements or ongoings of the Brotherhood?
The Brotherhood, I'm sorry. I'm not sure what you're referring to. The Brotherhood?
I'd like to do a check.
Yes, make me a psychology check, please.
While this is all happening, I will have snuck up to the door, basically, and we'll be listening in. When I hear the Brotherhood, as someone who grew up within a crime family in London, do I recognize the name of the Brotherhood at all?
No.
Cool.
That is a middle success, so I beat the half, which is that a strong success? A hard success,
That's
what do
a
you call
normal
it?
success. Sorry,
No,
you beat the
it's-
half. It's an extreme success.
Extreme success, yeah, it's extreme success.
The half is
Sorry,
a
hard
success.
not an extreme. Hard, yeah.
Yeah, it's a hard success.
First time playing Call of Cthulhu, folks. Bear with us. Yeah, so that's a hard success.
This is fun, but yeah.
You get, like, there is nothing, there's no facade on Thomas Dunstable. Everything he says is absolutely true.
Edwin's going to sit down with the papers and start looking through for anything that is going to pertain to the artifact and anything that looks like it's going to be where it was found, and just anything that pertains to that sort of. It'll have been under an exhibition, so just anything of that exhibition name. He will look over to Reggie as well and say, Reggie, I could use an assistant on looking through this. Perhaps you're willing to look through his diary?
Of course, yes. I was just thinking, actually, it's worth checking as to whether the handwriting on the note, assuming it is handwritten and not typewritten, matches any of the notes in here, whether it might be Harry's handwriting or somebody who sent him a telegram or something. If we can find a handwriting match, it could be a clue.
Please, do check. So he hands you the diary, and then he gets out his pipe and he gets out a match, lights it, and just starts scrolling through the paperwork for the artifact. If I do need to roll, I would like to use my library use on this, if I can.
I was about to say, can both of you make me a library use check?
I'm pretty good at that skill. But fucking hell, not when you roll 82 though. I'm not that good.
That is
So,
a
Reggie,
hard
you-
success.
Fantastic. Reggie, you look at the sheer volume of information here and are just like, where do I start? Edwin, you dive straight in. And there's a few things that you notice. Nothing necessarily about the artifact in detail. However, you do notice 2 letters and a newspaper article on the desk. There is a newspaper article, which, if we again go to Owlbear Radio, you can see straight away, and I will rotate so everybody can read it accordingly. But it describes sort of a headline from a couple of weeks ago, which is Mysterious Deaths Plague London by one Alexander Northant. And it just says, in recent weeks, the city has been gripped by a series of bizarre and gruesome deaths. Victims have been found with strange symbols carved into their flesh and expressions of utter terror on their faces. Authorities are baffled and have yet to find any leads. Inspector Robert Hayes of Scotland Yard has urged the public to remain calm, stating, "We are doing everything in our power to solve these cases. We ask anyone with information to come forward immediately." Rumours are spreading about a possible connection to an ancient cult, but officials have dismissed these claims as mere superstition. However, the growing unease amongst the populace is undeniable. Residents are advised to stay indoors after dark and report any suspicious activity to the authorities. The London Times will continue to follow this developing story. So that's the first thing you see.
Here, gentlemen, Reggie, do you know a Mr. Northand?
Alex?
Yeah, that's him.
Yes, I'm familiar with Alex's work. He's a bit square, to be honest. He's not willing to accept things outside of the realms of the explained, shall we say? So, I assume his reporting doesn't mention anything about the occult or anything like that.
Actually,
he's quite dismissive of his work.
He dismissed it, but there's an article here about a potential ancient cult and connections to it. Doesn't mention them by name, but the Brotherhood, perhaps. Mr. Churchill, if this is of interest to you, and just hands it back to Reggie and Llewellyn.
You turn around, Edwin, and you see that I've actually backed out of the room and I'm just kind of looking at things that aren't traditional clues. I'm looking at actually any kind of I guess I'm looking for someone to talk to. My style is to let those clues accumulate by whoever's gathering them, but also try to find some human information. If possible, is Maddox in eyeshot at this point?
Eyeshot. That one's being clipped. Maddox, are you sticking to the shadows, or are you making yourself known to Mr. Churchill?
As Mr. Churchill's kind of stood in the hallway, I'll step out from the shadows, and very much like, kind of like a fart in some fog, or a ninja in a shadow. He appears as if one with the shadow and comes out of it kind of and appears in front of you and is like, the body. I heard them talking about symbols or something. There were some symbols on the body. I spoke to the deputy curator of the museum, and he told me that he believes that there is something to do with ancient Egypt mythology. Just thought I'd mention it.
Yeah, no, I guess firstly we got off on the wrong foot. I kind of did a generational thing with you, and there's a bunch of people in there gathering clues, and you have your perspective. What is your gut tell you? Well, by the way, I'm Llewellyn, and I reach out my hand.
Maddox will look down at the hand, look back at Llewellyn, and will go, Ox, nice to meet you. And my assumption is whoever did what they did it quickly, based on how long time was from when he entered the room to when the boy ran out. They must have worked quickly, so I would probably assume that they were an expert with a blade, or someone who's done it a lot and has a lot of practice. Now, I have a source, and as he says that, Tommy kind of leans around from behind Llewellyn, holding the rifle, and kind of then leans back. I have a source that operates at night, and there's been other murders recently. There's been other murders recently across London, something to do with rumors about an ancient cult or something like that. My friend has encountered a couple of these bodies and actually believes that they're the same symbols on those bodies as the ones I found on Mr. Harold Winthrop tonight.
That's interesting, Ox. From my perspective, doing this for a few years, whether you call it a cult or an enterprise or a mafia or an underground entity or fucking ghosts, it all has to do with someone wanting control, power, and money. Now, if we looked at it in those terms, and you had one person that would be important to talk to, what would your gut tell you?
Well, as someone who personally despises those seeking power, I would check Mr. Cromwell. The way he speaks sounds more like a competitor than a friend. If anyone wanted power over Harold, or possibly to get ahead, who knows, maybe even get their hands on the artifact themselves. Who knows? He rubbed me the wrong way. But you also know that the artifact is missing, right? You know that just happened out there. Well,
Oh yeah,
been
no,
in
we
here.
were outside and literally going to come in and grab it, and knew that was the beginning of the game. Cromwell sounds interesting, Ox. Oftentimes these things are a lot simpler than they look, and there's all kinds of layers and puzzles and bullshit. But really it comes down to who has leverage over whom, who has something that someone else wants. So Cromwell sounds like he could be in the line of fire for the next questioning. How would we go about having a word with Cromwell?
Well, I don't know. I guess we could maybe pull him into a side room, you and I, and have a chat while your friends continue gathering clues. Maybe we can come to them with some answers as they discover some things at the same time.
I like it. Lead the way.
It just so happens that our
Very
friend
good.
is just around the corner. You might want to ensure that you're prepared. I don't want to alarm you, but if we're
I
gonna
open
get
my-
answers,
I
let's
open
get
my,
some answers.
I open my jacket and show my 38 special, and I say,
It's just
I-
a sign that says 38 special. What is that an offer? Is that a discount?
Got a flag
No.
on here that says bang.
Did you see
It's a
the
38
arrow
shillings
down?
special for a hot dog. That's what it is.
there's an arrow pointing down to my pocket.
No, it's in there. Trust me, it's in there. But no, don't worry about me. I'm past my sell-by date, but in my day, I would be fine in one of these situations. And today, I might not be as good as I was, but I'll be good enough.
At that moment, Maddox is going to reach into his coat pocket, pull out a black piece of fabric. He's going to pull it to his head and tie it behind his head as his eyes pierce through the holes. He's going to reach into his pocket and pull out some bandages as he begins wrapping them around his fists in like a boxer type wrap. As from behind him, you'll see Tommy holding the rifle merge into Maddox. As Maddox will crack his neck and go, "All right then, darling. Let's go get some answers." and he's going to walk off towards Cromwell.
Do I see that?
Maddox,
Do I
what
see
were
this?
the colour of Tommy's eyes?
Tommy's eyes were a piercing gray, like a solid gray with flecks of like black iris throughout.
So Llewellyn, what I'll say is what you notice is there's the subtle change in language, but also you notice that the left eye, the iris seems to go grey for a moment.
I look at him, and before he departs, I just put my hand up on his shoulder and I say,
There's something about you that I'm okay with. I just want you to know that.
and I release my hand and I say,
Okay, after you.
Excellent
And
stuff.
and Maddox will stride off down the hallway.
So you two stride off down the hallway. Edwin, you put that newspaper to the side and you now turn your attention to the 2 letters that are on Harold's desk. The first one from one Edward Farrington, who you would know as a fellow scholar who actually works in Cambridge. And it reads, Dear Harold, I write to you with grave concerns regarding your recent findings. The Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh is not to be trifled with. Their roots run deep, and their influence reaches far beyond what we can comprehend. The artifact you possess, if it is indeed what I fear it to be, must be handled with the utmost caution. I have come across similar relics in my travels, and each time the consequences have been dire. Those who sought the power of the Black Pharaoh have paid dearly, often with their sanity, if not their lives. I urge you, as a friend and colleague, to reconsider your involvement in this matter. Destroy the artifact if you can, or at the very least hide it where none shall find it. The Brotherhood will stop at nothing to achieve their goals, and I fear that you may have already drawn their attention. Stay safe, Harold. The world is darker than we ever imagined. Yours sincerely, Edward Farrington. The next letter that you uncover as you shuffle the papers is from somebody known only as Madame Celine. And it reads, Dear Mr. Winthrop, I fear you are treading on dangerous ground with your recent discoveries. The artifact you possess is not merely a relic of the past, it is a key to a power that should remain buried. The sect you seek to understand is very real and has been operating in the shadows of London for centuries. Their goal is nothing less than the summoning of an ancient creature whose arrival would spell doom for us all. Enclosed is a map with the locations of their known meeting places. Be cautious, for they will stop at nothing to achieve their ends. Trust no one, and destroy the artifact if you can. May fortune be with you, Madame Celine.
Well, Edwin at this point, he's been leaning back with these 2 letters in his hand, and he's sort of quite leant back right in his chair. He's even taken off his glasses to read these because it's easier for him. And as he's reading them, Reggie, old boy, these are all very weird. So, I've got a letter here from someone I know quite well, actually, and he's speaking of the Brotherhood. In fact, so we have our clue. The Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh. This is all very weird. Here, have a look. It speaks of...
I will firstly...
Go on.
Go on. I was going to say, I'll firstly check her handwriting, see if it's a match, and then have I heard of the Black Pharaoh other than when Harry said it before he died?
Nope. Only when
Okay.
I said it.
Is the handwriting a match?
The handwriting on this note is not a match to the notes, but you do make a match to the scribblings now in the journal that you find, and with this guidance I'll say you now are able to look at the journal notes and you begin to flick through. and uncover more. And the first note that you find says, dated January 15th, 1901. Today I received a particular artifact from an excavation in Egypt. It appears to be a small statuette of an unknown deity made of an unfamiliar, almost otherworldly material. The hieroglyphs are unlike any I've seen before. I must investigate further. You turn the page. The next entry, dated February 3rd, 1901. The artifact continues to baffle me. I have consulted with several colleagues, but none can identify its origins. Strange occurrences have started to happen around the museum. Lights flicker, and I hear whispers in the hallways at night. Am I losing my mind? You turn again to the next entry. February 20th, 1901. I discovered a reference to the statuette in an ancient text. It is linked to a strange religion that worshipped an ancient deity of unknown origin. They believe the artifact could summon their deity. This is unsettling. I must be cautious. You continue to turn the pages. March 1st, 1901. A man approached me today, claiming to know more about the religious cult. He was secretive and paranoid, but offered valuable information. According to him, the cult still exists in London, operating in the shadows. He mentioned a bookshop where they meet. You flick the next page as well. March 15th, 1901. I visited the bookshop and met Madame Celine. She confirmed my fears. The cult is indeed real, and appears to be preparing for some event. She provided me with a map of their meeting places and warned me of their power. I must alert the authorities, but who would believe me? You turn another page. Getting closer now to the current date. March 30th, 1901. The whispers have grown louder, more insistent. I feel eyes watching me wherever I go. My sleep is plagued with nightmares of ancient, indescribable horrors. The artifact must be destroyed. I fear it may be too late. The cults know now. I have been investigating them. I fear they are closing in on me. And then you turn to the final page. April 10th, 1901. I have hidden the artifact in a safe place, away from prying eyes. The map and the instructions for the ritual are with it. If something happens to me, these must not fall into the wrong hands. To whoever reads this, beware the cult and their dark god. And that is it.
Reggie, you don't know a Madame Celine, do you? I've got another letter here.
Oh, if I am an investigative journalist who likes to investigate paranormal activity, Madame Celine is the sort of person who'll give you a tarot card reading and all that sort of bollocks, isn't she? I get the vibe.
Also remember, my letter is the other one. You're reading his diary, which also has Madame Celine in it.
Yeah.
I'm not reading that one.
Well, actually, he
Reggie, make me a luck roll.
Here. Come on, it's going to be first one.
Yeah.
50, which is below my luck
50,
of 80.
is that below? Fantastic.
Hell yeah.
So you have heard of Madame Celine. You know she is not far away from the British Museum, actually. She's down in another part of South Kensington, in a small little bookshop.
Is she the sort of person, I get the vibe, she sells weird books that I'd be interested in?
You would know Madame Celine to be an occultist of sorts. She has strange books, weird artifacts, and crystal balls, strange fragrances and incenses, and is also known every now and again to make a tarot card reading or two.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Madame Celine's mentioned in his journal, actually. I know the lady. She helps me sometimes with my side investigations. She collects oddities in her bookstore, should we say?
Well, I mean, he's been in communication with this lady. Speaking of the cult as well, and of trying to make sure that it stays hidden.
Well, the bit that's odd to me is the last journal entry, or the last couple of journal entries, talk about hiding the statuette, the map, and the instructions to the ritual that came with it, and he fears he must destroy it because he thinks the Brotherhood are onto him. Now, that does not line up with the fact that he has just showcased it to half of London via a vexation.
Yes. I mean, that doesn't make any sense.
So maybe he was spooked because he was forced to do so.
Was he or not?
Unless he was baiting the Brotherhood to try and catch them.
He didn't seem like he was in particularly the right frame of mind to be doing that. Is it not worth it? I mean, I know that the artifact has been stolen, but should we not go and check the plinth, just see if there's anything on there?
Yes, and it's worth seeing if we can find, well, the original hiding place. If it has instructions with it, they may still be there.
I can't see anything in in these papers as to where he may have hidden it.
No, there's no clue.
Unless, yeah. Sorry, Matt. The letter with Madame Celine doesn't mention anything about keeping anything. So
No,
it was
doesn't. Sorry,
pure. It
I'll
was
flip
purely
back to the other scene.
That's all right. Sorry, it was just purely talking about that. About just being aware of everything, wasn't it?
Yes, indeed. I will ask you both, seeing as you are in this room, however, to roll me spot hidden.
Sweet.
Come on. 57. Just below my score of 60. Nailed it.
Success?
A success.
Success!
Straight success?
Yeah.
Yep.
Very good. As you're looking around the desk, there's a moment, and probably as you peer closer to this journal entry, your hand pushes against part of the desk and you hear a click and a drawer opens. And inside the drawer you find a key.
Hang on a minute. That said key then looks like a key to a door, key to a safe, key to a piece of furniture like the writing desk.
As you take the key out and look at it, there is an address on it. You would recognise the address as the address of a local bank.
Ah.
It looks like it might be the key to a safety deposit box.
Nice.
I think he must have had a safety deposit box. That, Reggie, is exactly where I would keep an artifact if someone was looking for it.
Yes, my initial concern is if the cult has tendrils throughout London, they're going to have someone in the bank.
Then we simply make sure that we are there on our own circumstances. Matt, would Edwin also have a deposit box in the bank?
You tell me.
Yeah.
It's one of the banks that's used by many of the scholars that
it's near the
study
museum,
either within the British
in that
Museum.
area,
Yeah.
so it's useful to me on the way.
Indeed, it's just around the corner from the museum.
I mean, Reggie, I have my own box there. I can always say that I'm going in for that one.
Oh, okay, yes. Great ruse.
What
I
about
would
the
look
other
very
two?
out of place if I went in.
I think they'd be quite useful, wouldn't they?
Yes, let's do it. What
Very
about the
well.
old timer?
I think it's worth them coming with. Keep hold of that diary. I'm going to hold on to these letters. So he gets the key, pops it in his waistcoat, rolls up the letters, grabs his coat, and pops that on. His overcoat and cap are outside in the near the entrance.
Very good. So you head out, and then sort of Chief Inspector Robert Hayes is sort of stood there. Well then, gentlemen, did you find anything of note? Is there anything we should be investigating further?
I look at Reggie to get an idea.
Just ramblings on pieces of paper. I don't think anything would give you cause for what you would consider a lead.
Thomas Dunstable, who's to the side, just sort of sighs. That is a shame. I hope he'd be able to find some answers in there.
I mean, he did have a newspaper clipping of an article about
Oh yes, true.
bodies being found. Constable, you don't know anything about whether these would be linked in any way. Strange markings, or are they just mysterious? It seems to be.
And indeed, this is the Robert
mind.
Hayes that is. This is the Robert Hayes that is mentioned in the article. Yes, well, we were hoping that we were done with this, but yes, this is not the first body of the sort with these strange symbols on it. Although it is the most high profile and most visible. Most of the rest have been in the middle of the streets during the night when the fog is thickest, but this one, I can only deduce that by the distraction and then the theft of the statuette, that it was purely that. It's a distraction. It was a ruse. Take out the professor in order to steal the statuette.
So you don't see no link between the bodies? There's no commonality between the previous victims?
The carvings are very similar. The wounds, very similar, if not almost identical across the bodies.
Well, listen, we don't have much to go on, but we are going to be following whatever leads we can. I presume that we can get in touch with you. Are you going to be staying here on site for a few hours, and we can?
We will be here on site for a number of hours. If not, send a messenger or
we will
grab
telegram
a
the station if we
over
need
Scotland
to.
Yard.
And yeah, absolutely, we'll. I tell you what, we'll go with Mr. Churchill. He will be our unofficial liaison of the force. How about that? Just in case anything does come up. I don't think there's going to be much.
Indeed, he already is a liaison of the force. We do call on him from time to time when.
Well, fantastic. So, look, we will keep you updated if we find anything, but I don't want to be dragging you all over London while there's clearly very important things going on here.
Of course. If you find anything and you need our support, then please do call on us.
I have my whistle, and I shall call on the closest constable, and we'll get hold of him. Absolutely.
Fantastic. He places a hand on your shoulder. Thank you, Dr. Halliwell. We greatly appreciate it. Reginald, and he tips his hat.
Constable?
I'll start walking towards Churchill and noticing Maddox.
Very good. Llewellyn and Maddox, then, what have you been doing?
I was going to say, yeah, sorry. Yeah, cool. All good.
It's fine. This is where I'm looping back to what you've done. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd love to cut to a moment of a door being busted open as a Mr. Cromwell is thrown in through the doorway by Maddox, who is then followed by Llewellyn. And as Mr. Cromwell stands up, Maddox...
Well, what is the meaning of this?
Maddox is actually going to stomp. So if he stood up, he's going to basically do an oblique kick and stomp his knee. So basically trying to hyperextend it inwards. Watch yourself, darling. You might hurt your knee.
I'll have you strung up for this.
Now. Don't talk to me like that. That's not nice. So, me and my friend here have just a couple of questions. Why are you here tonight? Who invited you?
Harold invited me. He invited all of the scholars of the goddamn museum. Blast you, that was my knee.
Wow. Llewellyn?
When you say goddamn museum, what's the intent of that?
The intent is that my knee is in incredible pain, and I have suffered it at the behest of this forsaken place where people are murdered and things are stolen.
I pull out my 38 special and I fucking paste him upside the head with it.
Maddox will look at Llewellyn and go, "Nice shot, darling. I do like a little bit of that."
Spit some blood to the side.
I'll
Let's
grab
have
him
a-
by his lapels.
The police are just outside. If I shout, they'll be in here and they'll arrest the both of you.
Ah,
And-
now. You don't want to shout, because if you shout, then maybe they'll just find another body. Don't have much of a problem with that now, darling. So, let me ask you this.
All right.
Clearly, you
It's calm.
were not so happy with this event. Maybe Harold presenting, I don't know, an artifact that you maybe wished you could have on your resume of discoveries?
Never said I wasn't happy about the event up until the moment you threw me in this room. Let's just be quite clear that Harold was a friend.
Harold never mentioned you as a friend, and I've known Harold a long, long time.
Well, that
Now
wounds
that
me
seems
deeply.
like an odd
Apparently, I'm just a
coincidence.
colleague then.
Friend, colleague. I guess the point is, Harold was killed tonight. There's mention of
Yeah,
a
it's
brotherhood.
Travesty.
It was a travesty. And there was a stolen artifact. And we're trying to come up with the next logical direction to find out who's behind this.
So
And
why have you
were-
thrown me into a room?
Well,
Well,
Cromwell.
you actually mentioned multiple times that you believe that Harold was slipping away from his sanity. Now, a good friend of someone would not, I don't know, throw around such wild accusations at a time when support for sanity usually leads to a sanitarium. Risky things to be saying in front of constables, I don't know. Possibly Robert Hayes in the lobby. Remember that?
Harold is dead. His ramblings have been going on for weeks. You ask Thomas. He has been rambling about shadows and whispers and dark things. This is not things we want here at the British Museum. We do not need that sort of attention.
I'll grab him by the lapels. And you don't think that he could use a friend to support him through that? So clearly...
Well, as Mr.
you
Churchill
were
has rightly
that
pointed out here,
close.
apparently I was not a friend. I am a colleague.
Indeed.
Mr. Cromwell, you surely aren't so far out of the loop to not be aware of mentions publicly in newspapers and privately in your circles of friends and colleagues about cults and brotherhoods and creatures. Please don't. Or maybe you'd like to deny that. But what
I
is
know
your
nothing
understanding?
of creatures and brotherhoods, but cults are often spoken about. This is London, for crying out loud. There's people that talk of Templars and a new Illuminati, and the Queen has just died. There are a number of conspiracy theorists that operate in this city. I pay no attention to rumour. I am merely interested in fact. And the facts that I know were that my colleague, Harold Winthrop, was losing his God-given mind.
Another fact that we all know is that your colleague, Harold Winthrop, was killed by someone tonight and was also...
Indeed.
Indeed. And if we think about that and put any kind of labels on him losing his mind aside for a moment, if you were to just explore your own curiosity, Cromwell, as I kind of reach out and grab his lapels, and sink a little bit deeper beyond the clear facts in front of your face, and think about what else could be at play here, that is what we're looking for.
Maddox will raise a fist and be like, "Speak quickly, for you don't have much longer to stay awake."
Peace, peace. Look, I know nothing of the murder. This I promise you. But if I was to look for the the message in between the lines, then would it not be worth starting with those closest to Harold?
Being?
I don't know, colleagues, possibly, darling?
His assistant. Have you not questioned Thomas? Why have you questioned... Literally, both of us in a room, and you picked me over the person who spends 23 out of 24 hours a day beside Harold.
I raise
I've
my
spoken to the
I raise
boy.
my eyebrow to Maddox.
I've actually spoken to the young boy, and as it so turns out, he's quite shaken. You know, a normal reaction to someone who you are close with dying. Now, but you, what was very interesting about you is how very calm you were. The demeanor at which you spoke to the constable. You were so sure, and even in this moment still, that your friend was losing his very mind. And yet...
He was
it's a
losing his
strange
mind. He was
coincidence.
talking about shadows in the darkness.
I'm gonna punch him in the fucking nose and try and break his fucking nose. I was talking.
Between the
I don't like
lines.
it when I get interrupted.
I say,
So,
between the lines, Cromwell, beyond the obvious facts.
gone and made me mess up my hair now, darling. Now I've not enjoyed that at all. As he sweeps his hair back and looks at Llewellyn. So, it's time for you to give us facts and truths.
I know nothing else.
Okay then. Well, Llewellyn, would you mind turning your back for just a moment?
Cromwell, if there is anything else between the lines, there wouldn't be any reason for you to hold those back from us professionally.
I
Or
have
personally.
just had my nose broken. I know nothing. If I knew something, I would tell you. God damn it!
I pull out.
Peace. Please.
I pull out a business card. It says, Planary Detective Agency, and I pass it.
Yes, it does. Of course it fucking does. Yes,
Pass
of
it-
course it
pass
does.
it-
Because
pass
this
it
is
down.
multiversal. We jumped so far in the future that we actually are now spread across the multiverse. Of course.
I say,
There we go.
that phone number on there isn't in service anymore because I haven't used those cards for quite a while, but the address is still current.
Be a telegraph number, but yeah.
Yeah, that too. Please reach out if you know anything, Cromwell. We wouldn't want you to be pulled down as things unravel and are revealed. And I turn to Maddox and I say,
He sort of takes out glasses from his pocket and puts them on.
If I find anything, I will find you.
Please. Peace.
I'll pump fake him one last time. And then I'll turn to Llewellyn, kind of pop the collar on my jacket and look at the blood on my knuckles as Maddox's voice now echoes round his head as he goes, "You took it too far again, Tommy. You always take it too far." And he's gonna walk out the room, slam the door behind him, begin taking the bandage wraps off his hands, and removes the mask from his head as, again, from his perspective, Tommy and him separate back out as Tommy walks with the rifle butt on the ground, using it almost as like a walking stick next to him.
And that
And we
single
run into-
grey iris turns black to the original colour as Edwin and Reggie walk up.
yeah.
Progress, gentlemen?
Mr. Churchill, yes, I was hoping you'd be able to accompany us on a little trip. We may have found something, and, well, we're going to see if it comes to light.
I'm willing to follow your lead, and we'll be accompanied by my good friend Ox, who is also on the same line of thinking and motive as we are.
Ox, yeah, absolutely. Please do come along. He turns around to make sure that the constable is not within earshot and just goes, that artifact that was on display was likely not real. We may have the location of where it might be. I think it's important that we find it and that we look into it further. We can fill you in on more of the information as we go. Let's
Are you
go
saying
now.
that the one that was stolen was a fake?
I don't know, but we think so.
It's a theory. We have journal entries to say he has hidden the artifact along with instructions and a map. We're hoping to find it.
Well, we can let you know that his assistant seemed fairly shaken by the whole thing, and we also just had a chance to catch up with Mr. Cromwell, who you see from behind us come out the doorway holding his nose, as Maddox looks at the group and is like, let's be on our way though. Let's get out of here.
Should we? Never mind. I'm not even going to ask questions about why that guy's got a busted nose. I don't want to know.
I think he tripped and fell before we spoke to him.
Yeah, it's a bum.
And indeed, as you sort of exit and you're having this hushed conversation as you moved out, you can hear Inspector Hayes to sort of, "Oh, Elias, what happened to you?" Yeah, I tripped over one of the fallen things and caught my nose on the corner of the... doesn't matter.
As we leave, I'd like to just check that the waiter is back conscious and is doing all right by the coat rack.
So you notice that actually a number of the waiter's colleagues are sort of fanning him down and feeding him water and just sort of trying to keep him calm. He's awake again. His eyes seem to look everywhere, visibly shaken by what he's seen, but yes, he very much is conscious again.
Maddox will just lean in. Oh, sorry. Go for it. Sorry, Dave.
I was just going to say, I'll head the party outside and hail for a hansom. Something enough that the four of us can get in.
As we're
Very
making
good.
our
So
way
a
out.
horse-drawn carriage sort of pulls up. Horse-drawn cab
Yeah.
pulls up.
Yeah.
On the way out, I just get clearance again from the chief officer in charge of the scene and make my way over to Harold as we're just on the way out. And I pull out 2 coins and I turn around to the officer and I say, feel free to remove these when the inspection squad comes in. But for now, if you give me the liberty, and I put a coin on each of his eyes, and I say, Godspeed, Harold, and get up, and I walk out.
And with that, you notice that a number of the police officers then lay Harold down where he was sort of slumped and lay a white sheet over him, and all of them sort of bring their hands together and make the sign of the cross. As you
Before
I catch up with
enter
the
into
guys.
the cab.
Maddox will, as we've left, just give the young lad some painkillers from his field medic kit, and just say take them in a couple hours and you'll feel better.
Immediately takes one, and which in those days is probably pure morphine, but
Yeah.
Oh yes, yeah.
Morphine.
Open
Yeah.
it, David.
It's actually Maddox's own concoction. He makes the painkillers that he carries around with him.
Oh, good. Fentanyl.
propofol.
What?
Yeah, very good.
What's the any particular bank is it that we know of?
It is one of the branches of Barclays Bank, which is just around the corner. Or in fact, it's probably more Coots & Co. which is known for wealthier individuals. So you head around the corner to the local branch of Coots & Co. Probably takes about 5 minutes by this particular cab.
Driver, get
imagine
us to Coots & Co. and here's a half sovereign if you can get us there in under 5 minutes.
Right, you are, sir. Right, you are. And you off.
On the cobbled streets.
Before we go to break, then, I will set the scene for the streets at night. The fog is thick tonight. It wraps itself around the city like a shroud, muffling the sounds of London and turning these familiar streets into a labyrinth of shadows. The dim light of the gas lamps struggle to pierce the gloom and cast weak, trembling halos that almost seem to be swallowed by the darkness. The cobblestones beneath your feet as you enter into the carriage are slick with moisture. Your breath forms into small clouds in the chill air. The usual clamour of the city is eerily subdued. There are distant clop of hooves, and there are murmured voices that are reduced to these faint, ghostly echoes. Every sound seems amplified. The creak of the carriage wheel, the distant bark of a dog, the soft rustle of fabric as someone passes by, their figure swallowed by the mist before you can get a good look. As you step out of the carriage, outside the bank, there is a sense of being watched, a prickling at the back of your neck. Though every time you turn, there is nothing there but swirling fog. Somewhere in this maze of alleys and fog-bound streets, the answers you seek are waiting. But so too are the dangers, things that stalk the shadows and the dark. Unnatural forces that seem to gather around you, pressing closer with every step. And that, my friends, is where we are going to go to a short break.
May I say, this is amazing and well done on all the stuff that you've created. The diary post there, phenomenal. I know it must have taken you many hours, and well done for making them. They look amazing.
This is why it's taken 3 months to get here, but yeah.
Absolutely phenomenal. So seriously,
thank you for the love from chat as well. I really appreciate that.
Phenomenal.
Thank you.
Anyway,
we'll be back in a few minutes.
Oh, yeah.
And welcome back. So thank you to our raids, which happened during the break.
Welcome, Raiders, welcome.
Indeed. Welcome to our Halloween special of Malt and Magic, where we are playing Call of Cthulhu in a totally homebrew adventure, which is going well so far, I think.
We're having a blast.
Well, I'm having an absolute fucking ball, is all I'm going to say. So having been to we're going to get straight back into it as well. Having been to the British Museum and seen Harold Winthrop present this new exhibit perish in macabre circumstances, and finding these nuggets of information that are leading you on a quest, you now approach the Bank of Coots & Co., which is currently closed as we are in an evening setting tonight. What would you like to do?
Is there a night porter or anyone?
You knock on the door, and eventually somebody comes up with sort of a handheld lamp and just sort of peers at the door. We're closed!
Apologies for the lateness of the hour. I was rather hoping of emergency circumstances to get to my lockup. I've got the key.
Mr. Halliwell, is it?
That's it, Mr. Halliwell. 79.
Wait just 1 minute, Mr. Halliwell. Let me just go and lock the doors.
And he sort of wanders back and then comes shuffling back, and you see him clinking with keys.
While he's away, I turn to the rest. Now then, everyone, this is going to land very heavily on me as to how we act. So let's just make sure that this is prim and proper in the bank. But once we're inside once inside the room where we're allowed to look at the safety boxes, we shall then be able to talk freely. Are all understood?
Roger that.
If you say so.
Proceed, yep.
Good, thank you.
1 minute, Mr. Hallowell, just let me unlock the door. And sort of a big metal grating goes up, and then... Please enter, Mr. Hallowell. Please follow me. Obviously, all the gas lamps are turned off at this time of night, so you're welcome to use this.
I understand. It's absolutely fine, and apologies for disturbing you on your night watch.
It's okay, Mr. Hallowell.
Could you see us
Please
through
follow
to waiting room 1, and I shall hand you the keys.
Multiple keys, is it, sir? By all means, please follow me. Lead you through to a waiting room, and then sort of holds his hand out. The keys, if you please, sir.
Yeah, absolutely, hang on then. And he will get out his key as well, but also get out the key for Harold, and hand both of them over.
Number 73 and 1901. Of course, Mr. Halliwell, please just, in fact, you take this one, and then he pulls out a small stick, picks up another another oil lamp, and takes sort of one of the little wicks and lights another oil lamp. Please wait here, sirs, I'll be back in just a moment, and wanders off into the depths of the bank, and the darkness. You are all now in a room lit by this small little oil lamp. It is dim light in here. It is eerie light. The fog almost creeps in from the door, which is closed, but it's almost like there's this lingering layer in here now. I am going to ask everybody for a sanity roll, please.
Nice. And this is against our current now instead of our starting, isn't it?
It's against your current, not your starter. Yes.
Oh no.
Oh no. Oh no.
I will be overtly turning away from, like, Reggie. Again, just trying to, like, have as little FaceTime with Reggie as feasibly possible.
That is a fail.
Yeah, I got 90.
I got
Failure.
There's no hard success and extreme success.
Yes,
it's just
there
success,
is.
right? Okay.
Doesn't matter. You can call out hard success and extreme success.
I'll go hard.
Hard success.
Yep.
Maddox?
I'm also hard success as Tommy kind of leers over Maddox's shoulder and goes, "Ah, darling, the darkness that we're familiar with. Remember the old days? Hunkered down." As Maddox kind of shakes it off and kind of twitches in the light.
Very good. So it's almost like this fog that's in the room, even with the oil lamp, seems to close in around you, and there's these strange whispers in an unknown language, shadows that seem to move almost independently of any light source. For those that succeed, you don't lose any sanity. You feel unsettled, but you manage to rationalize the experience as a trick of the fog in your own imagination. For anybody that failed, you are going to lose 2 points of sanity. You are convinced you are being watched or followed by something that is not of this world.
73 and 1901. 73 and 1901. Come on, get it together, boy. Get it together.
While you're in this room, you feel a bit more secure, but had you been on the street, you may have felt the need to run or seek shelter.
I go up to Edwin, and I pull out my lighter, and I light his pipe for him.
Thank you, dear boy.
Oh, does anybody else feel like there's eyes all over you? I'm feeling I'm not. Skin's crawling. I feel watched.
We're in a bank and we are going after someone else's lockbox. Of course, we feel like that.
Reginald, pull out your pad and start writing like you'd be writing a story right now. Date it, put a topic at the top, and just describe the situation.
And that's almost meditative. That word I'm trying to say. for Reginald. That's like his safe space. He's chronicling what's happening.
Right, Mr. Churchill. Some of the other information that we saw was the Madame was it Celine?
Celine.
It was a Madame Celine. She owns a shop or something nearby. Was also in communication with Harold at the time, speaking of this brotherhood of the pharaohs, or whatever it was called, Black Pharaohs. So we might be able to find some more information there, but I think it was important for us to get the artifact first. Excuse me. Oh.
Distant in the bank, you hear clearly this night porter drop something, and it clangs and rattles to the floor. But then you hear the shuffling back.
Don't mind me. Not important. I'll be back in just a minute, Mr. Halliwell, sir.
No problem, Jerry.
I turn to Ox as I'm looking at Edwin, and I say, "It looks like Madame Celine is the next human clue we might want to explore."
I would agree with that. And whatever's going on here is definitely all linked. The symbols cut onto Harold's body, God save his soul, were similar to those of other bodies that I was telling Mr. Churchill here, a good friend of mine, has seen over the past couple of months. And I also talked to the young lad who worked with Harold, and he said that they're definitely ancient Egyptian in sort, but he's never seen glyphs or symbols like it other than that of which are on the artifact.
I have to say, I'm quite surprised that Dunstable or even Harold didn't get me involved in the research of it. It's been an area of expertise for getting on 20-odd years for me. Even longer.
Egypt or
Judging by his
symbology?
journal. Yeah, judging by his journal, he was quite fearful for his own life and that he was being watched, so he was actually probably protecting you as he was his assistant by keeping it to himself.
Well, I wish I would have been able to have been assistance to him, and this thing has been a terrible weight on his mind, clearly. I have to say, I don't know why, it's getting on my nerves as well. Maybe it's just because, losing him tonight.
Edwin.
At this point, you hear the night porter, Jerry, come back, and sort of there's a shaking of light as Jerry comes through, and he then sort of places the oil lamp down, and then clink, clink, places two safety deposit boxes, one on top of the other. Number 70 something and 1901, Mr. Halliwell, sir. I'll leave you to it. I'll be in the back room. If you just call, I'll be there.
Please, we'll come and find you when we're done. But thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
Very kind. Thank you. And
Jerry
wait for the door to close behind him.
Very
Right
good.
then, gentlemen, let's see what's in 1901. No, you are not looking at mine. That was a ruse to get us in.
Fair enough.
Stuff. You open safety deposit box 1901.
Well then, let's see what this has.
You find a scroll of sorts in there, and two pieces of paper that have been torn and sort of paper clipped onto a bit of card to give them some structure. It's like these pieces of paper were old and crumpled. You find two journal notes, if you like, not from Harold, as it's not his handwriting, but somebody else. And you take a moment to sort of shuffle them into order, and you take the first, which says January the 5th, 1899, almost, or just over a year prior to the current date. Day 32 of my investigation. The deeper I delve, the more I realize the gravity of the situation. The cult's influence stretches far and wide, hidden beneath the veneer of society, as somebody fucks around with my shit.
I'm just trying to zoom in.
It's fine, don't worry about that. Their rituals are dark,
twisted parodies of ancient practices aimed at bringing forth an entity of unimaginable horror. Have I identified several key locations where the cult operates? The old church on Baker Street, the tunnels beneath the city, and a forgotten temple near the Thames. Each site holds clues and dangers in equal measure. I must proceed with caution. The cultists are vigilant, and their reach is long, yet I cannot abandon this quest. If I fail, the consequences could be catastrophic. May God have mercy on my soul. And then the second journal entry, which you pull out.
I would say that I would read
handwriting
these
again.
out aloud too to the rest of them, but I'm going to let you because you're going to be quicker at it.
Fantastic. That's okay. That's okay. I have witnessed the ritual firsthand. The chanting, the blood, the sheer madness of it all. I believe, or they believe, they can control Nyarlathotep. But they are fools. The power they seek to harness will only bring ruin. I have stolen a crucial piece of the puzzle. A dagger used in their ceremonies. Without it, they cannot complete their ritual. I will hide it where they will never find it, in the hope that I will delay their plans. If anyone finds this channel, know that you face a foe beyond comprehension. Arm yourself with knowledge and steel your heart, for you will need both. The final thing you find, the penultimate thing you find within the safety deposit box is an ancient scroll, or at least part of an ancient scroll, with a number of hieroglyphs and symbols. And it looks like Harold, in a moment of almost sacrilege for a scholar, has actually penciled something on the parchment itself. He has defiled this ancient artifact.
What
and it reads,
earth were you thinking of, Harold?
In the shadow of the Great Pyramid, beneath the earth where the living dare not tread, the Black Pharaoh shall rise once more. The key lies in the blood of the chosen, spilled upon the altar of the ancients. Beware the wrath of the sleeper, for he who awakens him shall be consumed by madness.
With my knowledge of with my knowledge of the Egyptian language and possibly even of hieroglyphs, do I know if any of this correlates to what is above?
Do you have a skill in Egyptian language?
Yes, I have Egyptian language as a skill.
Very good.
Nicely done,
Roll
Dave.
me for that skill then, please.
So what's 007?
James Bond.
7. That is an extreme success.
That is a phenomenal extreme success for that one. Oh, no. Oh, so close. There's a hard success, I'll be honest.
What's your extreme success?
6.
Oh, shit.
Yeah. I'm so annoyed
even with
on
a
that
hard
one.
success, though,
Yeah.
even with a hard success, you look through these hieroglyphs and very quickly you're able to determine that actually Harold has written here exactly
Yeah.
what this fragment of scroll reads. The only thing that stands out is one of the symbols, which doesn't fit in with the rest of the hieroglyphs. And granted, I just grabbed a load of shit to make this.
That's fine.
But there is one symbol which is a bit too angular and almost reminds you of ancient cuneiform or really ancient type of inscriptions where there's something even more archaic. It does not fit in with the aesthetic of the pictographs that you get in ancient Egyptian hieroglyphs.
Almost like the Egyptians copied it from something else that they saw at the time. Just
Yeah,
yeah.
absolutely.
Would I know what particular symbol that correlates to in terms of the language or next to a word that he has translated? Like, would it be next to or of the Black Pharaoh, or would it be of ancients? What
I
would it
will
be
say,
of?
as you read this through, it's almost like it's just been thrown into the script.
Fine,
It
yeah,
doesn't
yeah,
even flow with the rest. It's
No.
just there. The final thing you find within this safety deposit box is a map. A map of South Kensington. Now, despite what I may have described in one of those journal entries, Here you have notes and circles of potential items or places of interest. You are currently probably around here somewhere, if you can see my tiny little white dot on the screen. You've not come far in the local bank. You see a note for Madame Celine, an old church, and to the north, closer to the Kensington Gardens, if you like, or the Albert Memorial, and etc. You see a note saying tunnels and the temple with question marks. At this moment, I would like to give a huge shout out to a particular Etsy seller who has provided this map for us, which is historically accurate to the streets of London in 1901.
Fantastic. Well,
nailed it.
Absolutely incredible.
Absolutely.
Really
So,
great.
yes, they were an amazing find.
I'm
This
gonna,
is South
I'm going to zoom
Kensington.
out so everyone can just see the just intricacy of what this is. Phenomenal.
I had to reduce the quality size of this map as well. What they provided me was phenomenal, like literally beyond belief.
How do you
So
keep
I
that
will
without a
drop
time
link to
machine?
their Etsy shop. Well, yeah. So ancient. Well, not even ancient, but yeah, historical records and that. But yeah, I will make sure that we link to their particular shop as we go into this week as well, and within the social media stuff. Cool. With that being said, that is all you find in this safety deposit box. The only other thing I would say is that you can see where there has been a clear indentation on the right-hand side of the safety deposit box that looks like the statuette was once in here, but is no longer there.
Before I get to that one, then I would go back to the. I would just hand the map over to the rest of the group and then say, I mean, I can't believe that Harold defiled this incredible inscription, but the hieroglyphs here are very similar to, well, exactly how I would translate what he has written on the bottom. But feel free to read it yourself. But again, it's these infernal black pharaohs.
That is his handwriting? It's a question.
Yeah, presumably.
It matches the journal. Yes.
You take out the journal entries that you've probably kept, you take out the little notes that you've kept as well, it all matches up.
Also,
Including the
on
notes
the
on,
map, there
on
is
this
the
last
base-
map.
Holy shit. Do you want to try that one at a time?
Including the
Tom.
handwriting on the map, the Miss Celine at the artifact in the old church,
Yes.
handwriting on the map. Okay.
Yes. All of this handwriting matches up. I may have done it in different fonts just for ease of use, but they all match to Harold Winthrop's handwriting.
But he hasn't marked Baker Street. The Baker. Was it Baker Street or shop on Baker Street?
Ignore that. Ignore that. He marked the old church on the map.
As that place. Okay.
Yeah. I've played a little bit free and fast with some of the stuff there, but yeah.
It's fine. I'll also spin the lockbox round, safety deposit box.
I say at that point, several locations and one individual. Madame Celine, to me, is an interesting conversation to be had.
She's also just round the corner.
Agree.
Right, but yeah.
Also,
Maddox, who is
She
dealing.
also provided this map, right? She's the one who provided this map according to the letters you found, Edwin.
According to the journal entries, she did.
sorry, yes, of course she did. Absolutely, yeah. Also, gentlemen, I'm afraid to say, no artifact in here, but it may have been.
Maddox
so
was
what do you
feeling
think?
extremely out of his depth in this moment, as he's never really had much of an interest in history or anything like that when he was at school for a short period of time. So he's just going to kind of look at the map and kind of do a little bit of deduction about how long is it going to take us, Matt, as someone who's been in the military and has probably dealt with maps. How long is it going to take us to get from where we are to the temple and the tunnels from here?
So if you wanted to get to the temple and the tunnels, you're probably looking at a 20-minute, half an hour walk. To get to Madame Celine's, you're probably looking at closer to 10 minutes. 10, 15 minutes.
Same for the old church, I imagine.
The old church is probably going to be 15, 20 minutes, yeah.
Okay, cool. Maddox, who will kind of inhale, feeling insecure in a room full of so many intelligent men, will just hear Tommy's voice in his head as he goes, "Should have listened more in class, darling." As he leans forward and is like, "Look, if we need to get across town, it's going to take us some time. The church and Madame Celine's are just around the corner, and there's 4 of us. What if me and Lowen, or whatever you said your name was, go to the old church, and you guys go check out Madame Celine's, and maybe we meet back up like here or something, and then we go from there. I don't know. It just seems like getting to the temple and the tunnels, question marks, is going to take us a while."
Well, if it is likely that whoever did this to Harold is, if there's one of 3 places he would go on this map, it would be the old church, as far as I would understand. They are all 3 pertained as somewhere they may be involved in, and this is the closest. Surely it's the first place we should look. I agree with you, is what I'm saying, and yes. Perhaps we go to Miss Celine's and then meet you at the old church.
I think that's not a bad idea at all. What do you think?
That's fair enough. Yeah, let's do it. I would prefer to go to Madame Celine's, but I will defer because I think Edwin and Reggie, you'll ask the right questions, and myself and Ox will be doing the same at the old church, and we'll meet up. Let's convene somewhere in between after we've found what we found.
Yeah, I have a relationship with Madame Celine already, so that should grease the wheels, so to speak.
Very good.
One moment, Reginald. I may have just not been in that conversation, but I didn't know you knew Madame Celine, and to what degree?
Oh, she is a procurer of oddities, and her shop I sometimes frequent in my own side investigations into the paranormal. So she's into the same sort of stuff we're investigating. So she has some useful books on topics sometimes.
You're more than welcome to come with us, and we do this as one. It's up to you if you want to move ahead to the old church instead.
I'm happy to
I'll
do it
defer
either
to
way, whatever way you slice the cake.
Well, let's go to the old church instead. Let's divide our 4 different exploration topics and see where we come up with at the end. Ox and I will go to the old church. Reginald, you and Edwin establish that relationship with Miss Celine, and we'll reconvene, and we'll see where we need to go from there.
I feel we're nearing our answer, boys. This is going to be. We're going to get the information. We're going to get these buggers who did this. Let me go and get Jerry and make sure that all this lot goes back in. However, take the papers, and I shall lock the box up again.
So you take the papers out of the box, you take the map, you lock the box, you hand it over to Jerry, who sort of just bids you farewell and takes the boxes back, sort of ushers you out of the bank, and then locks up behind you, pulls the metal railing down and locks that up as well, and then you see the lamp disappear into the distance. The carriage that you arrived on is gone.
And I presume no sign of a cab or a hansom or even a four-wheeler, nothing?
The streets are eerily quiet. Your footsteps, the slightest movement seems to echo around in this thick fog.
The
you know your
blazes are
direction
going
of
on.
travel, at least.
Well, seems like we're on foot, gentlemen.
Luckily, Madame Celine's not far.
As Ox and I break off, I turn to him and I say, "Yeah, I was definitely leaning towards Madame Celine, but in the end, you've got to follow your gut, and I feel like I've been out of the game a little bit, so your gut kind of trumped my gut at this point. But tell me what you're thinking, Ox. Why are we going to the church?"
I mean, look, it's not too late. If you want to go with those guys, I'm pretty sure I can handle the church alone. I mean, it's just a church. Like, I'm totally capable of handling myself. I mean, I've been doing it my whole life. So look, you go with them to Madame Celine's. I'll go handle the church. I can.
No,
It's a church. What's going to happen at a church? I mean, what am I? I'm going to pray and.
Hopefully,
And what?
there'll be someone there that we can talk to. And you're not getting rid of the old guy that quick. Let's go to the church and let's find some answers. Let's find some real clues to get closer to this resolution of this issue. I'm with you. I just want you to know that I trust your fucking gut, and you should more and more.
I appreciate that, old man. I think. So my gut instinct that you asked about earlier, I don't know. Like Edwin said, it seems like the most likely place that Harold would have gone, and it makes the most sense. He was old. If he needed to hide it, he would probably do it somewhere close by to places that he saw important. The museum is not too far from here, and the bank in between. Just seemed logically to make sense in my head.
Let's go for it. Let's go for it.
As the two of you head down Harrington Road, turn onto Gloucester Street, down to Courtfield Road, and sort of make those bends, the fog is oppressive. There is a moment where Llewellyn, you feel something pushed into your hand, and as you turn to where the individual is, or whatever it is that pushed this thing into your hand, you see nothing but this thick fog and these eerie shadows. You look into your hand and find a small folded piece of paper.
I say, Ox, hang on a second. Hang on one fucking second here. Something weird's happening. Did you bump into anything? Did you see anything?
No, I was. No. And then I'll look at Tommy, who we stood next to Llewellyn, who will just kind of shrug, and I'm like, no, I didn't see anything.
Yeah, well, how did this get here?
And I show him this piece of paper that's in my hand.
Fucking, I'm not a
Sort of
magician,
show him, it opens out a little bit as well. You both see a note written in hurried, unfamiliar handwriting, an unsigned note even. It says, "Beware the shadows. They seek the key. The Brotherhood gathers at the place of death."
I pull out my little handgun, and I sweep it around so that if there is anything within arm's distance of me, outside of where Ox is, I'll try to hit it, because I'm a little bit freaked out by this. So I'm just kind of sweeping it around, twirling to see if I can hit something that has just been that close to me.
Both of you give me sanity rolls, please.
Ooh.
24.
Normal success.
I think mine will be, let's see. So you do half of your sanity, and then see if you're less than that?
No, you need to roll less than your current sanity points.
Okay. So yeah, I rolled a 24, but we talked about hard and extreme.
All right, so that's a
Before.
hard success. Yeah, that's fine.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. So I wrote a
You
hard
are each
success.
going to lose 1 point of sanity, as this unnerves you, but you steel yourself against the cold and the dark, and you head off towards the old church. Llewellyn, I imagine you keep your gun drawn at this point, and you approach the church. As you approach this particular building, it is old. It looks like it's an old, unused church, and you know by the map and by the location, as you're all familiar with this particular area of London, it is St Jude's Church. Stained glass windows have long been smashed. The wooden door at the front itself lays unlocked. This is a church in disrepair. What do you do?
I've been in this church when I was a kid. I'm not sure if it was some sort of Sunday group thing, but I've been in this church. It's worse for wear right now.
Wait a second. I also used to come to this church as a kid with my dad.
Okay, this is getting weird in a way that I don't usually think about, but things are popping into my hand. We're having weird coincidences. I like to go by, between the lines shit, but this is getting a little out of hand.
Look, old man. We just need to keep our wits about us. Follow me. Stick to the shadows. If they can't see us, then we have the advantage.
I'm going to assume by that statement that neither of you have any sources of light that you're going to use right now.
No, I think. Go on, Tom.
I have a lighter.
Okay. Are you going to use it?
I'm going to use it to light a cigarette and then put it away. I want to draw from this cigarette and not see a damn thing.
So the only thing that illuminates the darkness then right now is the glowing end of Llewellyn's cigarette as you enter into the church, and it is dark inside. The only lights granted to you in here as the fog seeps in around this church is the pale light of the moon that just about breaks. It gives this church this ethereal, eerie, arcane essence of sorts. I'm going to ask you both to give me spot hidden at a hard difficulty. So I need a hard success or greater to spot what you're about to, what you may find. Sorry, Maddox, you're about to ask me a question.
Yeah, can I make a stealth check once we get inside, just to like hug the walls, stay within the shadows, be quiet, all that good stuff?
I will say, given the darkness and your particular proclivity for stealth, you are able to stick to the shadows, and even Llewellyn cannot see you at this point, this moment.
Cool. Fuck me.
I had a hard success.
Hard success on spot hidden?
Yes.
Failure spot.
There's a moment then as you enter into this church, Llewellyn, where you trip over something and you hear the scattering of... It sounds like something hollow and hard, almost like a hollow piece of wood or something. And as you stand and then look, in that pale light of the moon, you find bones. Symbols drawn in blood. Bones that are arranged in particular patterns. And evidence of what could possibly be a recent sacrifice. I need a sanity check from you, please.
Oh, that's going to be a fail. Yeah, it's a fail.
Fail. You are going to lose 4 points of sanity. You are horrified. You struggle to come to terms with the sheer dark forces that are at work here as you've entered into this church that you once knew as a child, but now you stumble over bones and bloody inscriptions, and as you take out your lighter and shine it around, the horror overcomes you.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! And I kind of fall backwards, and my 74-year-old equilibrium isn't what it used to be, and I back into a pew, and fall down onto my knee, and I say, "Ox, ox, fuck, ox!" And I point over there. Be careful.
Ox will be circling around the edge, just kind of wrapping his hands in bandages, no mask on yet. As he kind of walks, and these windows, or the moonlight is kind of beaming through the shattered windows, as you said. And every time that he walks past one of these beams, Tommy appears in the beam light, walking with the rifle, kind of looks at him, shakes his head, and and keeps kind of going. I'm just gonna try and deduce anything from what's around us, like anything at all. I'll kind of let Llewellyn handle himself, almost like I'm kind of using him as bait at the moment. I think would maybe be the best way to put it. Yeah, that's probably the best way to put it.
Very good.
And I turn to Maddox and I say, "Ox, for fuck's sake! I thought we'd find someone here to talk to. It's abandoned. There's nothing in here. There's no clues. There's nothing in here. I don't even know why he had it fucking circled. I'm not sure what Harold was up to, but this is a red herring, or some sort of like ritualistic fucking murder spot or some bullshit. But like nothing.
That sounds like exactly what we're looking for, a ritualistic murder spot. What did you find?
For what?
What gives you that impression?
I'm fucking pointing over there. Look at that. Those are fucking bones over there. Did you not see what I pointed at?
Maddox will go over and look at the bones.
Very good. You look.
Be
at the bones,
careful.
make me a
Don't
sanity roll,
fucking
please.
take fucking. Be fucking careful. And I get myself up again, and I start kind of edging closer towards Maddox with my 38 special out, and I'm just kind of sweeping it.
Very good. So Maddox, sanity roll. Sorry.
Sanity. Pass.
As in success.
Yes, success. Sorry, yes.
Very good. You are deeply disturbed, even with your history and the things you've seen. Looking at this, the way the bones are arranged, the way they've been cut, the way the blood is splashed around, and the only light is the moon, the light of Llewellyn's lighter that is pulled out at this point, and that single candle, or that single flame like a candle that burns. You retain enough composure to understand the significance here that a ritual was performed here, or started, or something was done here. Maddox, I am going to ask you to make me a history roll, please. And I'm going to give you a bonus dice on this.
Nice.
Cool. I've got a question. That would not be a success anywhere near.
Even with the bonus?
Oh, yeah, so far off it was an 84.
Okay, yeah, 84, nowhere near. Very good.
Yeah. Question for you, Matt. Last time I was at a ritual site, I was at war in Africa, and my partner and I were investigating a site where we had been sent in a squad, basically, to go and remove some guerrillas, basically, from the area, and basically
that's guerrilla fighters,
territory.
not furry gorillas.
Yes.
For anybody that's listening.
Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed, indeed. And when we went in, shit kicked off after that point. My question is though this seems like it's from a different place in the world, is like the general foundational structure ideas, spreading blood in certain ways, bones being positioned in shapes, pentagrams possibly, I don't know. Is it looking resembling something similar to what I saw years ago?
So this was the reason I asked for the history roll, but since you have specifically brought it up, you've done me a favour here. You recognise this as almost uncannily familiar to those atrocities that you once experienced in Africa. I am going to ask you to make me another sanity roll, but with a penalty dice.
Oh.
How you doing, Ops? You're not fucking saying a goddamn thing. And
That's
you're not
a
moving.
fail.
How
Ops,
much of a failure?
safe.
Just normal failure?
Yes, it's just normal failure. I have a 64 and I rolled a 70 something.
At this moment, then, you are going to lose. In fact, I'm going to give a bonus. As you've called something out within your particular backstory.
Hit me hard, Matt.
You are going to lose 6 points of sanity.
Yeah,
I go up
I
to
now
Ops.
need you to make me an intelligence roll, please.
Oh, shit.
I go up to Ops and I'm like, hey man, fucking snap out of it. What's going on?
That's gonna be a hard success.
Hard success. Despite the post-traumatic stress disorder that hits you in this moment, the shell shock, you remember everything that happened in that moment and in the desert and through those interactions and those skirmishes with the guerrilla fighters. But somehow, somewhere, some way, you managed to fight off a bout of madness.
I pull him by the lapels and I'm saying, hey kid, fucking look at me. What's going on?
As you're saying that, it hits him coming out of a flashback of Tommy fucking holding him by his uniform saying, darling, come on, we must get up and go before things get out of hand. And as you're shaking him, he then comes back into reality, as his hair is just a little bit more disheveled after you shaked him, and he's just a little bit like, this is bad. This is bad. This is really bad.
Yeah, no shit. I think we've seen what we need to see. Let's make our way over to the guys and tell them what's going on over here. There's nothing else. It's a ritualistic fucking. It's a dead zone. Let's get the fuck out of here. And
No.
That's all we need to know.
No. Oh man, listen. If this is taking place, if this is here, it means it's already happened. It means they already have the artifact. The ritual's done. It's already done. We need to go warn them as quickly as possible. It's already happened. The thing, whatever they were doing, whatever happened, it's already. Look, it's all here. It's already happened. We need to go. We need to go now.
Yeah, let's go. I'm fucking right with you. Let's get the fuck out of here. Let's go find Edwin and Reginald, and let's see if they've come up with anything on their end.
Back out.
Very
38
good.
special fucking
Two
pad in
of
the room.
you shakily exit out of St. Jude's Church now, gun drawn. Maddox, you reeling from that realization. We snap cut across to the corner of Harrington Gardens and Collingham Road, where Reggie and Edwin, you approach a bookshop, and Reggie, you walk up and knock on the door and continue to rap. And a woman of European descent sort of approaches the door with a candle in her hand.
Reginald, it is late, my friend.
I'm ever so sorry, Selena. It's this kind of thing that can't wait. It's linked to what you've been chatting to Dr. Harry about. Do you mind if we come in?
Dr. Winthrop, please
Yes.
come in, out of the cold and the dark.
And she sort of beckons you in and lights a number of candles, and they are all candles around the room.
Something makes Edwin look up and down the street before entering, and sort of almost walks in backwards, just like, this is very weird. But then closes the door.
Very good. You see before you the enigmatic and mysterious owner of Celine's Curiosities as you look at the sign above the door. A small, dimly lit shop that is tucked away in this narrow, forgotten alley, if you like. This shop is a trove of knowledge. There are shelves filled with dusty tomes, strange artifacts, relics, supposedly from ancient civilizations. Reggie would know Madame Celine, and she is known amongst occult circles as someone who trades in supposedly forbidden knowledge and obscure objects. Her true motivations, to all, are unclear. Madame Celine herself is in her early 50s. She has striking features that suggest a life spent studying dark secrets. She has this long silver grey hair that is tied back in a loose bun. Even at night she wears these long, dark, flowing robes that are adorned with these strange symbols. Her eyes, however, are sharp. They are piercing. They often give you the impression that she can see beyond the physical world, into the very minds that she interacts with. A strange air of agelessness surrounds her, as if she has lived many lifetimes and seen unspeakable things. She welcomes you both in.
Reginald, you bring a friend. Welcome to Celine's Curiosities.
Allow me to introduce Edwin Halliwell, an esteemed colleague of the Doctor.
It's a pleasure,
Welcome.
Madame Celine, was it?
Celine, yes. You seek knowledge, I assume? Be warned. What you find here may not be what you expect. Truths have a way of twisting in the dark.
Edwin looks very curiously at Reggie, like, the fuck have we got into?
And I'll give him the sort of look as if just go with what she's saying. She talks weird, but she means well.
And he just goes, do you mind? Continue to smoke with the pipe, like, do you mind?
By all means, my dear. Please continue. In fact, why not let me do that?
And she lights an incense candle. Incest candle will be something totally different. An incense candle, which gives off this strange fragrance throughout the shop now, and sort of seeps into your pores. It's a very heady scent.
Reggie, do please, let's tell the lady why we're here.
Well, the smell of that candle's making me want to go see my sister for some reason, but other than that...
Keep it together, old boy.
Yes, I mean, you may not have heard, but the good doctor's unfortunately been murdered in the artifact.
Dr.
The artifact
Winthrop.
he was conversing with you.
Yes. I'm afraid Dr. Frintoff has fortunately been killed early this evening. He has some strange markings
The
on him.
artifact stolen.
She takes
So,
out a
I'm sure you've
strange
heard
sort
of
of
the other
amulet
rumors.
of sorts and just begins to chant in what you think is a European language, maybe, but seems to be obscured.
Madame, you advised him to abandon all of this, to hide the artifacts, to a great number of things. He was up against some sort of secret society. Is that something you were aware of? I believe.
Oh, no. This artifact you speak of, it is not of this world. I have seen such things before.
Come now, lady.
Objects
No,
imbued
no.
with power,
Let
not
the
meant
lady
for
talk.
human hands. Oh no. Poor doctor. I begged him to destroy it. These artifacts, they are conduits for forces beyond our comprehension. Oh no. You mentioned a brotherhood, yes?
Yeah,
Yes.
that is the weird mystery. The two dots we can't seem to connect. You told him to destroy it. He himself agreed he needed to destroy it and hid it in a safety deposit box in the bank. And yet, just this night, held an exhibition and showed it to half of the world. And I can't seem to marry the two situations together.
He was under great pressure from the museum to present his findings. For the sake of financial responsibility, I guess.
He seemed in the last few minutes to have a terrible brain fever. He was speaking of shadows and a great number of other things. He was very disturbed.
This brotherhood you speak of and these dark things. The brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh, they are known by.
That is exactly what we have heard.
They are dangerous. They seek power from beyond the stars itself, or themselves, from the one who walks unseen. You would do well to tread lightly around their affairs. If you are into this mess, I suggest you take a step back. Do not go where the doctor dwelled too deep.
I do not care for any of this nonsense, but I do care for finding the people who did this to my colleague. This is ridiculous. Harold deserves the justice.
Yes, justice and all of that. But you gave him the map of the locations of the meeting places of the Brotherhood. How do you know about that? How did you come to know this? And what other intel could you give us to give us an advantage?
I must confess the Brotherhood is known to meet here, in my upstairs room. They are powerful beyond belief. I dare not conflict with their powers. My own are pale in comparison.
We're not here right now, right?
No.
What do you know of this Brotherhood?
Gave Harold the map with the hopes that he would see the extent of their reach and that he would destroy the artifact so they could not commit their evil sins.
I'm afraid he did no such thing.
Uh-huh.
Harold.
Where would it be now? You would know. What are their plans?
If they have it, then they have descended down to their temple. The ritual is upon us tonight. That would explain the fog, the whispers, the darkness.
The temple, so it's not up to the church nearby.
The temple is the entrance. Well, not even the entrance. That is the location of the ritual. The tunnels are the way in. If you can find the entrance.
So we need to find the entrance to the tunnels to find the temple from the tunnels. And this is where the Brotherhood will be tonight?
I did not know where the tunnels or the temple were. Harold seemed to have figured something out. He said he had knew where they were. I do not know.
Fine. Then why did he not destroy the artifact?
I do not know. I cannot answer this question. I can only assume that by this point he had been consumed by the artifact.
What does that even mean?
It is ancient. The whispers that come from that artifact, from the darkness itself. The Black Pharaoh is not only the Black Pharaoh in name, but by very nature.
Reggie, we need to get to the park. We need to collect the other two, and we need to go soon. Now.
Process. Thank you, Selena.
Okay, I'm going to ask very, very quickly then at a hard difficulty. So you must get a hard success or more. Everybody, Edwin and Reggie, roll me spot hidden.
Come on. Yes! I've got a 19, which is less than my half.
I've got an extreme success.
Hard. Oh, fuck me.
I rolled
Well,
a
there we go
5.
then.
So
You very
close.
quickly, your eyes flick around the shop. On the countertop itself, you spot 2 things
Dude, these
a
images are
book.
amazing.
and a drawing. There is a book which, as you read the title, is written in English, and it reads as the Book of Dead Tongues, also known as the Grimoire of Shadows, and then there is this strange circle inscribed on a piece of paper.
Do any of those symbols look anything like what was carved into Harold?
There is one particular symbol right at the heart of it, which is not necessarily matching on the picture, but it is the spitting image of that isolated symbol you found on the parchment.
Okay.
Okay.
I sort of, as I'm sort of looking around to go, I sort of double take at the desk, and then we'll quickly pace over to it and pick it up. The symbol. Where is it? What is the symbol? I've seen it on something else. What is it?
This? Calm yourself, my dear. This symbol specifically, is the symbol of the Black Pharaoh themselves, Nyarlathotep.
And what is this? What is this book?
I hoped to provide Harold with answers in this book, but alas, a page is missing. The very page of the ritual to summon Nyarlathotep, the Black Pharaoh.
We're taking these.
Can I check if the page that's missing is the one that Harold had in his lockbox?
You open the book and you flick through, and there are a number of these pages which ruin your brain. Make me a sanity roll, please.
Oh, for fuck's sake.
Can't open up a
I got
grimoire
less.
without some fucking...
I got 29, and my sanity score is currently 34.
Nice.
You're going to lose 1 point of sanity as you look at these, and it's almost too much, too unfathomable for you to fully comprehend, but you do get to a page that is ripped out. You have no idea whether it's connected to what Harold had. It doesn't match the parchment, the scroll that was there, but there is certainly a page ripped out of this book.
Okay. Fuck. Okay, this is blowing my mind. Edwin, take over.
I just closed the grimoire. This is going to help us to find them. We are going to take it with us.
I don't know, I feel blinded
You
by
are
it.
both
Is it really going to
very
help?
clever. You have a keen eye. Tell me though, do you know what all this truly means?
That someone I know was murdered, and I will find out the culprits.
You must use these items carefully. Use this knowledge carefully. Neither of you are sufficiently prepared to face what comes should the Brotherhood complete their task. Hurry. Do not tarry any longer.
Rather brazenly, Edwin will pull his coat aside, and Reggie will have noticed this before because he did take his coat off in the Harold's office, and there is a leather shoulder and waist strap that is holding quite a long 6-piece revolver. He goes, "I am prepared, my dear."
She is going to look at that. She is going to make a spot hidden check. In fact, she's going to make an occult roll.
Reggie, you would have noticed also that it has a distinct handle, and even in the in the side of the gun in the metal, that there are actually like etchings into it.
And I'll look at the pocket knife that I have and kind of just tuck it away sheepishly.
She looks at the weapon.
Perhaps I was wrong. Halliwell, was it?
Indeed.
I suspect more there than just Halliwell. A true weapon. Go. Use it. Stop the ritual.
I will.
You must hurry.
Good evening, madam. And we'll rush for the door.
Good evening.
You rush to the door, and as you both exit out in a hurry, you see Llewellyn and Ox, Maddox, running toward you, both of them shaken. Maddox probably more than Llewellyn. Where are we going?
We still haven't. Yeah, we haven't seen any carriages, any hansoms. The streets are completely deserted.
They are completely deserted. The darkness seems to creep in closer and closer. In fact, everyone now at this point, having understood and learned something new, as you look around, there's a moment for each one of you where you see a dark figure. Humanoid, tall, made of almost pure shadow, that seems to just appear out of the fog and this dim light. Everybody make me sanity rolls, please.
Oh, fuck.
Success. Just fucking hell.
Fail. Fail.
Success.
Hard success.
Hard success. So for the hard success, you will take no loss. For a success, you will take 1 point. For a failure, you will also take only 1 point of sanity lost. For those that succeed, you see this and sort of almost steel yourself for a moment. Just imagine it's a trick of the light. Those of you that fail, despite the same amount of sanity lost, there is a moment where your breath is taken from you and you hear these strange whispers in an ancient language that just seem to emanate throughout the fog. And then the task is ahead. You begin to sprint north. No cabs, no people. Depth of the night now. You head towards Kensington Gardens to the north. And as per the map, you approach to a particular building within the gardens as you navigate through. You follow Harold's map to a small copse or a small area of the woods where the Union Jack itself is sort of inscribed in the pathways.
Churchill,
And
hold
within
your,
there, you find
hold your flame up to this.
You find a small stone not even a culvert, but almost like almost looks like a mausoleum of sorts, but an edifice here with a wooden door.
Along the journey, I would have explained to everyone what we saw at the church. And I would have then explained that along the journey to getting to you guys, before then us journeying up here, Maddox made the realization that the ritual had been attempted but clearly had failed. Or else why would they then kill Harold and attempt to steal the fake artifact? So clearly their first attempt had failed.
Then I'm afraid to say that they have everything that they need now.
Exactly. Yeah, that's exactly what Maddox would have deduced as well. But yeah, happy. So we can see it's like a mausoleum, you said, Matt, right?
Yeah.
Is anyone familiar with graveyards?
I'm becoming more so in my senior years, but not quite yet.
Visited my fair share as well, but not in this kind of situation. No.
The places I go to are usually many millennia more ancient than this.
They're usually quite hard to, quite easy to break into, to be honest.
Well then, Reggie, after you.
I might have oversold my abilities, but yeah, I'll have a go. I don't know why my accent changes between all the districts of London. I've gone from Surrey to fucking...
That's all good. Reggie is one of these individuals that deliberately disguises their voice depending on where they are, just to give that air of mystery. You approach this door, and it is indeed locked as you test it. Make me a locksmith check, please.
Nice.
Come on. Nope. 81.
Failure. So you try to look at this lock, and even if you had lock-picking tools on you, they shatter, and yeah, no clear way to do this. Anybody else wish to try?
Kick it.
Yeah, I do. I've got locksmith skills.
Oh, okay, never mind.
Okay.
I'm stopped.
As Edwin goes to kick it, Llewellyn places a hand and calmly kneels down. Make me a locksmith check, then, please.
Oh, I got an extreme success. I rolled a 6.
There we go. With the expert, practiced hands of a private investigator, Llewellyn just... Before
just
you
kinda
stand a
wave.
tunnel of darkness.
I'll wait for someone to lead. After you?
Edwin
Maddox.
will go first.
What are you doing
Maddox
for
will
light
follow
as
him
it is
behind, and as
pitch
he
black
does-
down here?
I'll go behind Edwin, and as he does, he'll put his mask on as Tommy and him become one. And he'll be like, good luck taking point, darling. If you need anything, give a shout back and I'll pass it down the line, Edwin.
Edwin gets a few feet in, and he will then take out his revolver, and he will take it out and then go, small problem, chaps, I can't see a bloody thing.
Yeah, I've got nothing to go with that.
Okay,
I light my lighter.
is there,
and then-
are there any sconces on the walls? Are there any, torches, anything?
I'll say you get so far in, and by the light of Llewellyn's lighter, you find a discarded torch that looks like it's freshly made but unused.
I'll pick that up
You
and
pick
then...
that up and use the lighter to then... You now have a flaming torch. The descent into the underground tunnels is like stepping into another world. A place where the noise and life from the city, despite it being subdued, seems to vanish, swallowed by this oppressive darkness. The air is damp, it is heavy, it is filled with the smell of mould, earth, and decay. The stone walls, rough, uneven, are slick with moisture, and the narrow passageways twist and turn in these confusing, disorienting patterns. The faint echoes of dripping water and the occasional distant scurrying of an unseen creature are the only sounds that break the silence. The deeper you go, the more the tunnels seem to close in around you, the shadows pressing in like a living thing. To this point you now notice these strange markings, scrawled in what may be dried blood, dark ink, that appear sporadically on the walls that are lined with symbols that look both ancient and malevolent. The sense of being watched, or something lurking just beyond the edge of your vision, grows stronger with every step you take.
After like a first minute of walking in, Edwin will turn back and just go, absolute quiet. We're being watched. And then we'll start carrying forwards.
Make me a spot hidden
Maddox
check,
will
please.
turn around. Maddox will turn around, whoever's behind him, and go, absolute silence, darling. I think someone is following us. And then we'll turn back to Edwin.
Extreme success.
Extreme success. There's a moment where you hold the torch out in front, and you've been an explorer of ancient tombs and forgotten mysteries. And there's a moment where you lift your foot and then pause. A particular square within the floor ahead of you looks slightly strange. You recognize this from your adventures, your explorations, as a pressure plate, a trap of sorts, for those who would come in here that are unwelcome.
Stop! There's a trap on the floor. Walk around it. Do not step on it. and I will carefully step over it and move past.
Oh,
Everybody
darling.
make me listen checks, please.
Including myself. Cool.
Everyone make me listen checks.
Listen.
Success.
Oh, I missed it by 2.
Fail.
I missed it by fucking 70.
Now, if you missed it by 2, you may use luck points to make that a success if you wish, and you can take points out of your luck pool.
Can you also do that to make
To make that a
a
success.
hard success, or is that just not worth it?
Absolutely,
Yes,
if you
I'll do
wished
that.
to do that.
I was 3 points away from a hard success, so I will do that. So I roll. Oh no, you just take it out of your luck.
You take the
I'll
points
do that
out
too.
of your luck pool, and so you'll have your starting and now your current.
So 42.
Yep.
Cool. Okay, I make my hard success on listen.
Very good. So Reggie, Edwin, you both hear the sounds of chanting now, the distant sounds of chanting movements and the murmur of voices. Edwin, you specifically now, as you approach a junction in the tunnels, manage to go, it is this way, and begin to hone in on that chanting to the left tunnel.
It's this way, gentlemen. Follow me.
We'll follow him.
You continue on down these tunnels, and you pass through a section of the tunnels where the walls seem to pulse with this faint, sickly light. You begin to hear whispers in an unintelligible language. Shadows twist, and they move in the corners of your vision. A ghostly figure appears. Perhaps a victim of past, or a guardian spirit, Maddox, as you see Tommy step in front of you. I need everybody to make me a sanity roll, please.
Oh, I failed every single
Motherfucker.
one of these so far.
Success.
Motherfucker. Success.
Failed again.
For anybody that succeeds, you lose 1 point of sanity. For anybody that fails, you will lose 2 points of sanity. On a success, you keep your wits about you. You recognise the spirit as an illusion, or Maddox in your case. You speak to Tommy if it's a success. And a failure, you are terrified. You all... Who failed?
Yep.
Just Reggie?
Reggie failed.
Just Reggie. Reggie, you experience a bout of madness.
Lovely.
A red
Get
mist
crazy,
of
Reg.
rage descends upon you as you explode into this uncontrolled violence and destruction. You have had enough. Your mind has had enough at this point. You want to kill the spirit ahead of you. What do you do?
I will push Edward out of the way because he's in front of me, and I was, I've had enough of this shit. Throw him against the wall and charge at the spirit like a bull.
Reggie, keep quiet, you fool.
Roll me your brawl damage, please, Reggie.
Nice.
Oh,
Where the fuck is that?
brawl is not the brawl
should be-
skill.
That
just
will be
the
your
damage.
fighting. Just the damage,
Oh,
yeah.
yeah.
It'll be 1d3 plus your damage bonus, essentially.
Yeah. I do not have a D3.
So,
Roll
for a
a
d3,
D6,
roll a
son.
d6, halve it and roll up. Round up, sorry.
Oh yeah. Right. The 2.
2. Edwin, you're going to take 2 points of damage as you are shoved into one of these walls. As Reggie runs ahead into the darkness, Reggie, you disappear into that darkness in pursuit of a spirit and in rage.
See that, guys.
Reggie disappears.
Edwin's head hits the side of the wall, and he's briefly stunned and hears that ringing in his ears, and everything's going a little blurry.
Maddox
Reggie?
will catch him and kind of steady him. Be like, Edwin,
Oh,
I think you're. Are you okay? Can you
Damn
hear
it,
us?
Blast.
Or
No,
can you
I'm fine.
balance?
I'm fine. I'm fine.
What happened? Why did he run off?
I don't know, and I don't want to call out for him. The fool. Come on, let's go find him.
As those two are talking,
Edwin, Llewellyn,
I've
and
already
Maddox.
I've headed out to find Reggie, and I'm like, Reginald! Reginald!
So you call out. Make me spot hidden rolls, please. The three that still remain in this tunnel. Even though Llewellyn steps forward and calls out.
Fail.
That will be.
Fail.
Edwin pulls
Fail.
himself together. Maybe the adrenaline is helping kicks in. That's a hard success.
Hard success. Fantastic. There is a moment where you spot on the floor, not far from where you are, a skeleton. Not even quite a skeleton, actually. There's still half a human body here. And a number of pieces of paper underneath this particular skeleton. The first one is you take it.
Yeah,
and
pick
look
it up.
at Looks like a page of a journal. Maybe from a long-lost explorer as you begin to explore this and read through it. The first entry reads, date unknown, early summer by the damp chill. I find myself drawn to these tunnels as if they whispered my name. Each twist and turn of this labyrinth pulls me deeper where light dares not reach. I ventured through ruins before, but this place is different. There's a heaviness here, as though the very stones resent my presence. Second entry a few days hence. My provisions run low. I counted on reaching an end a way through, but these passages seem endless, twisting back upon themselves in impossible ways. Strange symbols mark the walls, etched by hands long dead. They seem almost to pulse in the lantern light, shifting like shadows in the corner of the eye. The locals warned me of the Black Pharaoh, but I took their tales of foolish superstition. Now I wonder if I was a fool. Third entry, though I've lost all sense of time. I heard it again, a low whisper, like the shuffling of robes or the hiss of a distant breath. At first I thought it only the drip of water or the rustling of rats, but the sound follows me, pressing closer with every step. Something watches me from the dark, and I feel it just beyond the lantern's reach. I tried to trace my steps back, but the way is lost. There are passages I swear were not there before. Fourth entry, perhaps the last I will make. I stumbled upon a stone altar in a chamber wreathed in shadow, carvings older than anything I've seen, twisted in ways that defy reason. My mind aches to remember them, yet I cannot erase them from my vision. Strange objects lay upon the altar, bones blackened with age, candles burned to stubs, and a small idol that seemed to leer at me with unseen eyes. I took it, thinking it might be proof of my discovery, but now I regret it. The idol, it hums in my hand, cold, unnatural. Final entry. They are here. I saw them. Figures cloaked in shadow, moving silently through the passages as if guided by some unseen force. I cannot escape. My lantern flickers, the shadows closing in. Their whispers are louder now, pressing into my thoughts. I am no longer alone. The idol itself grows colder in my hand, almost burning with its chill. I fear it was a marker, a summons for those who walk in darkness. Should this journal be found, turn back. Nothing good lives here. The Black Pharaoh, they worship him still, and his servants guard these halls. You toss that to the side and you find what looks like an entry from maybe occultist. And it's from maybe a week ago. March 28th, 1901. The Brotherhood has spoken. The time draws near. I feel it in my very soul. The Black Pharaoh is watching, waiting. We have been chosen, blessed, and yet I cannot shake this fear. The dreams, the voices, they go stronger each night. I hear the whispers of the old ones, their commands filling my thoughts, driving me to the edge. They say the ritual will grant us power beyond imagining, but I have seen what lies beyond the veil. The others do not understand the cost, the madness. But there's no turning back now. The pyramid calls to us, the place where it all began. We must complete the circle. We must summon him, but at what price? And the final page you sift to is a torn page which matches the paper of the grimoire that you took. Before you read this, I need a sanity roll, please.
From everyone?
No,
I'm
just
already
from
off the
Edwin.
rails,
He's the one
mate.
that picked it up.
So it's a success, but I think it's a hard success because I beat my half.
Is that beat your half of your current?
shit.
Yes.
If you beat your half of your current, then you do manage to just get a semblance of being able to read this. Now, I'm not going to read the full thing because there's a lot of information in here. But it talks about the ritual of the Black Pharaoh and how it is summoned, the purpose of the particular rite, the preparations, the sacred implements that are required. It talks about the vessel of his essence, also known as the idol of the Black Pharaoh. It talks about the blade of rites, an obsidian dagger, the book of dead tongues, the grimoire of shadows, the blood sacrifice, the circle of summoning, and the flame of binding. And then it describes the rite itself. The words that draw you in are the words at the bottom of the page. Thus ends the rite of Nyarlathotep, the crawling chaos. That those who dare seek his favour beware, for power is fleeting, and the price of his gaze is madness without end.
Edwin will think back to there was a blade mentioned in other stuff before. There was for what sounds like the artifact. There is the drawing of the inscription, this circle, which seems like it might be the insignia that was talked about. Which is what was that one? I can't remember what that bit was that you just talked about. Sacred circle. But we'll think mainly of and the blood sacrifice, of course. Thinking that was Harold. We'll fold that up to not look at it anymore because it's making him queasy and not let anyone else see it. But say we're on the right track, gentlemen. And damn, Reggie's not here. Otherwise, I'd tell him that we'd found the extra page. Come on, we're on the right track. Let's go.
At this point, you can no longer hear Reggie's shouts of madness, his rage. You descend further into these tunnels, and eventually you see torchlights. The walls themselves seem to lean upwards at angles. Edwin, specifically, Llewellyn, maybe to guess, you feel like you are walking into a pyramid as you look around the expanse now. You enter into the hidden temple of the Brotherhood of the Black Pharaoh, an underground chamber of immense oppressive darkness. The air itself is thick with the smell of incense and something far more foul, a scent of decay and corruption that clings to the back of your throat, a metallic taste that clings to the back of your throat. The walls are adorned with intricate carvings of hieroglyphs depicting scenes of worship and sacrifice to a figure that seems to shift and change as you look at it. One moment a man, the next a monstrous shifting shape of shadows. The floor is uneven, cracked and broken, an expanse of ancient stone covered in symbols and patterns that seem to pulse with this faint, sickly light. In the centre of the chamber as you enter in now, you see it and you hear it. A large stone altar stands surrounded by a circle of candles and strange objects, bones, idols, fragments of broken amulets, and around the altar are figures dressed in robes, their voices rising and falling in a rhythmic chant that fills the air with an unbearable tension. At the head of the altar stands an individual who limps into view, their face hidden behind this ornate mask that resembles a stylized jackal's head, its eyes glowing with this unnatural light. They raise their arms and the chanting reaches a fevered pitch in his hand. In one hand he holds the artifact, Dr. Winthrop's find, its surface glowing with this dark, twisted energy. The ritual is nearing its climax. The air seems to hum with a barely contained power, as if the fabric of reality is straining under the weight of what is about to be unleashed. In their other hand, an obsidian dagger. On the altar lays a 20-something individual. As you recognize the form, the silent, unmoving form of Thomas Dunstable. And held in a corner by a cultist is Reginald Hargreaves, bound by the arms of a particular strong cultist. As you hear the incantation, Ya Ya Nialathotep, Fatagligeb Niaflesia, Kazaulhat Kyul Rilth Nialathotep, Tharanak Singra, Fatagno Tharanak Singa. Azak Hieleth Naflu, Dagsa Niaz Rula, Flee Fmurka Nialethotep, Klosh, Klosh, Athersoth, Niga Siala, Naga, Fatagno Nialatho, Ya Shub Shugoth, Kianak Haga, Fathagn Muro, Kianak Sia. Naga Niarthotep, Clear Nafli Tharanak Singa. The head cultist raises that dagger above them, raises it as
they're doing that. Then it'll be like, "Halt! I say, stop this madness! Stop this madness right now! Stand down!" I was pointing his handgun straight at the main individual with the dagger.
Edwin has a hat.
Very good. That individual.
Maddox is gonna look and be like, "Damn." As
If there's any movement of him to stab down, he will fire.
Okay. In that moment, then, as the blade descends, you fire a shot. Make me a firearms check, please.
Okay.
As he shoots,
roll to hit.
I'm gonna dash. As he shoots, I'm gonna dash, mask on, towards Reggie Hargreaves, and I'm going to try and 2 foot in midair, flying drop kick the dude who is holding Reggie, and knock Reggie free, basically.
Very good.
I'm also gonna shoot. I'm gonna shoot as well. At the guy with the dagger. Yeah.
That is a hard success from Edwin's cult.
Very good. So, because you have that particular cult, I want you to double whatever the damage is you roll.
So, this is... the D10 is somewhere here. Oh, because I've already got it out, you idiot.
Llewellyn, roll to hit as well, please.
I hard successed, Matt.
So, there's going to be a moment because the shots get fired first, because that's quick.
Cool.
But in terms of initiative order, you then run up, and yes, you hit.
So I rolled a 6 plus 2 would be 8, so if I double that to 16.
16 points of damage then. Very good, as this single round pierces now the chanting, which, despite the gunshot, the cultists continue. Blossoms above the heart itself. 16, you say?
Yeah.
This individual falls, and as they fall, the helmet falls off. You see a broken nose. And the figure of Elias Cromwell, who falls backwards. Llewellyn, what happened with your shot?
Hard success.
Hard success. Your shot joins. For the sake, because the damage has already been done, you straight through the head. And this individual just falls. The dagger sinks into Thomas Dunstable. as Elias Cromwell
team.
falls. Maddox, you run and jump at this cultist and 2-foot kick them to the chest. Roll damage, please.
So that's going to be 3 points of damage.
3 points of damage, which is enough. They take a minor injury and sort of just stumble back, but they let go of Reggie in this point as the dagger sinks in to Thomas. He lets out just this cough. The cultists themselves all just seem to fall to their knees and rejoice as light flashes throughout this pyramid. The idol that Elias Cromwell was holding falls, hits the floor, shatters. You watch as each cultist seems to hold their arms up and chant, Ya, Ya, Nyarlathotep, and each of them consumed by these dark flames as all of them burn to ash. You watch as this ritual continues.
Edwin's cult is going from like one to the other as they keep just passing, and just like, fuck!
As Thomas Dunstable chokes and coughs. Darkness, black flame, shadow writhe across his body, and from that darkness, standing, is a figure made of pure darkness. The Black Pharaoh himself stands before you. What do you want to do?
I take a shot at this vision. Edwin is quite
shoot at his
spooked,
head.
but yeah, we'll shoot straight for this weird apparition.
Am I still in the blind?
shoot
First
between
thing
the
I
two
need you
white
to do, you are all now here. You're no longer held, you're no longer restrained. I need everybody, as this apparition appears, to make me sanity rolls, please.
Yes, that
I'm already fucked.
Matt.
is a failure.
Matt. Can I do mine
Yes, Maddox.
with a penalty?
No, it's not. Fuck, hang
dice
on.
to it?
So,
Voluntarily.
have you failed and want to push it, or are you choosing to take a penalty for a reason?
I'm choosing to take a penalty because as this dark entity is summoned, Maddox / Tommy at this point just enters 100% PTSD mode. Shell shock kicks in.
Good.
As he remembers a building in flames around him, as his best friend's body is ripped apart by this large, like devil-like creature with long fingers and hands, and almost in this dark entity's space, that's what he sees. He sees this large figure with huge, like horns that kind of spiral upwards, long, thin fingernails, almost like goat-like legs that are long at the bottom end, and he just freezes.
I am going to say you instantly fail your sanity check.
Perfect. Love it.
I totally got my dice wrong there. It was actually a hard success.
A hard success.
In fact, it could be even more
good.
than that. Bear with, because I need to work that out. But we'll go with that until I tell you otherwise.
That's fine. So, sanity rolls first then, please.
I fail.
Maddox, you fail instantly. You are going to take 3 points of sanity. In fact, no, I'm going to give you the max because you've called this out. You're going to take 7 points of sanity lost instantly. You enter into a bout of madness, which for you, when I pull my rules out, is going to be... Bodhi, roll me a d10.
Ooh. 9.
You manage to hold on in this moment, seeing your friend. In this moment, you have a job. But following on from this, you gain a phobia. You gain demonophobia. Any symbol, illusion, writing of anything to do with demons, spirits, instantly causes you to go into a state.
Go. And we've just lost Matt. Bear with while we get our Keeper of the Arcane Lore back. I think that the Dark Pharaoh has grasped hold of him and is not letting go. So bear with us while we try and get him back.
I think it's
I
safe to
spread
say
out
with
the remaining 6 bullets in the direction.
I pull out a machine gun and just mow everyone down, and we all roll away while I'm holding a cigar and just like, no.
I pull out the head of Tutankhamun
starts twirling
and I'll
around.
chuck it like a grenade.
Yeah, and behind him the Stargate opens, and we get the the Goa'uld come and help.
As well as that, a xenomorph crawls out of an air vent
What?
that's in the temple
What?
and starts fucking eating fucking Cromwell because that guy's a prick. I knew it. Fuck that guy.
While we're just breaking
Yeah.
from this.
Oh, dude, we had it. We fast
Anyone?
tracked it. We basically, the analogy
We punched
was
him in the
we got on the fucking giant eagles, dude, straight to Mordor.
We fucking
We
did.
had
We fucking
Cromwell,
did.
dude.
Yeah. Look, for
We had
anyone,
him, and he did
guys,
not have it.
for anyone on the podcast, I apologise that you're not going to see this. So maybe go to our socials where we'll post this image. We've put ourselves all on sepia during the stream, but I'll just switch it off for anyone who can see it. I greyed my hair for this, and you can't tell for the fucking sepia, right? Because I spent that much fucking time doing this, and now you can't see it. The whole time I'm sitting here, because like,
And I've got a
completely
glorious
grey.
golden tan from my holiday to Greece,
Yeah.
but you can't tell.
I've lost half of my facial hair in the stream. I had eyebrows
Yeah.
and a fucking soul patch. My
Yeah,
mustache is
yeah,
hanging off.
honestly,
my
you've
top.
lost your
I've just been
eyebrows, you've lost
watching.
everything. This
I've
is
I've just been watching Tom waiting for the moustache to fall off.
I've just
been every minute like that moustache is going to go. It's going to go.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Bodhi, how much you regretting having to wear that mask?
dude. Dude, the words, like Danny, I genuinely can't explain to you how much I'm regretting it, dude. It's. Do you know what I realized as well? I realized I should have been not wearing it, and then every time I said I was wearing it, put it on,
Yeah,
and then taking it off. And instead,
Yeah.
my dumbass fucking just didn't do that from the start. So I was like, well, now I've committed, so it's too fucking late now.
You know what my big worry is? We have another session of this, and I have to go to Amazon and buy another fucking old man's kit here after this.
Well, okay. Well, let's also be clear about the makeup process of this. This is a silver dye pomade, so it's kind of like a hair gel. I've got it in my beard, and I need to have a shower tonight before I go to bed because this stuff is going to get every fucking where. So I'm not doing that to my bed sheets. I'm going to have a shower, and it's just like, this is ridiculous, and you can't even bloody see it.
Dude, you'll be in bed at 1 o'clock on a school night.
I really am. Honestly, I've got so much work to do tomorrow, and none of it's going to get done. Oh dear. Right. Okay. While he's not here, I'd just like to say to everyone and all our viewers, Matt has done a phenomenal job in making this. The artwork, the creation of all the letters, and everything that we've been through is absolutely outstanding. I've never seen anything so great. So, Matt, we've
No,
just
I've got a hat on.
But yeah, so phenomenal job, Matt, and we'll let you get back into the descriptions.
Yeah, sorry, what a fucking time for my internet to die.
Absolutely
anyway,
phenomenal.
we are back.
for
So,
it.
yes, Maddox, you are now totally scared of demons. For anybody else that failed, you are going to take 4 points of sanity lost. For anybody that succeeds, you take a single point of sanity lost. If anybody is approaching, and I don't think they are right now, their insane number, I need you to let me know, but I don't think anybody is.
To be honest,
yeah.
I'm looking
26,
pretty
come on.
sane, which is kind of annoying, but you know.
Very good. So in this moment then, as you see the manifestation, the human manifestation of Nyarlathotep, what do we do? Those with firearms get the first action.
Yeah, so I take another shot at this weird shadow creature. No idea what it is, but this is pure instinct at this point. So it's a success, standard success on the skill.
Roll damage, but again, double your damage output.
Done with the damage output. So 4, 6, 12.
12 points of damage. Very good. Parts of the shadow just wisp off as you see, and everybody sees that single bullet fly and glow as it hits Nyarlathotep, the Black Pharaoh. The shadow seems to just bleed off them. Llewellyn, you two have a firearm. What do you do?
I failed, so I hit. So I squeezed off my first round with Cromwell. I'm now rapid firing 6 more rounds.
So you can do 3 at a penalty on each one, essentially.
Okay. I'm firing off as many as I can.
Okay, so
Yeah,
you
so
fire
3 with
3,
penalties.
roll 3 times, but with a penalty. So you roll an extra d10, or your extra 10s dice, and take the lowest, but 3 times.
Take the highest.
Oh shit! I think that's 2 extreme fucking
take the highest,
successes,
Take
and
the
that's
highest.
a fail. Okay. Take the highest.
Yes, because disadvantage works the other way in this one.
Because you need to get, you need to
okay.
get the lower number.
Right.
So yeah.
All right. Well, then I failed. I rolled 2 extreme successes and 1 failure. So there you go.
Okay.
I fucking just winged off 3
2
shots,
extreme successes and 1 failure,
Yep.
even
2
with your
seriously
penalty.
extreme successes. Yes.
Wasn't that the other way
Interesting.
around though?
So,
Yeah.
so
'cause
what were the numbers you rolled?
Disadvantage. I rolled a 7, a 12, and a 95.
Holy shit. So, yeah, fair play. Even with the penalty die, then, if you rolled a 7, so 2 shots connect as that third one. And I'm going to say, for the sake of narrative, on the third one, your gun catches and there's a misfire. And you've got a stoppage that you need to then clear. But those 2 rounds... roll damage for those 2 shots, please.
Let's see, D8. What is it? Oh, 1D8. 7. And another 7. 14.
14. Excellent stuff. So as the rounds crack off as Maddox and Reggie run forward, and you both, almost in slow motion as this plays out, the 2 of you, Reggie, you take out that penknife, Maddox, you with the Muay Thai fighter wrap sort of run in and go to punch and stab at this creature. You both reach, punch, stab, and all of you unload rounds into this figure that falls. There is a moment now where you all step back and the form of Nyarlathotep just seems to pulse. This figure shoots into the sky. I need sanity points or sanity checks. One more time, please.
Oh, that's a proper fail.
Yeah. 81.
That's a fail.
80.
87.
80.
Fail.
Fail as well.
80.
Ooh, that's failures from everyone then.
That's apt.
In a fitting moment, then, as Nyarlathotep breaks from his human form and takes on the form of the Elder God, each of you is going to take 23 points of sanity lost. All of you, roll me intelligence checks, please.
I'm now
23
insane
each?
point.
You're below your insane.
23 each.
Amazing.
Yep.
23 each.
And I got 17 on my intelligence roll, which is way below half. It's nearly.
Well, if you are below your threshold,
if I spend a couple of lucky points, I can get below a fifth and make it an extreme.
You don't want to make it an extreme failure.
But I've got to get below 8. My intelligence is 80. I've got to get below that, right?
Yeah.
And I've got 17. So I'm way, way below.
You
If I spend two
can't.
lucky
If you've
points, I'll
got
get
17.
15. Yeah.
So sorry. You rolled an 80.
If the point is to get the lowest score possible,
Yeah.
out my intelligence is 80, and I've got 17.
Right, okay, so you succeed on your intelligence, but you are now into your insanity area, where regardless, you now suffer a bout of madness. Roll me a d10, please.
Oh, okay, so the intelligence bit was a bit
In fact,
of a misnomer then.
everybody roll me a d10.
2.
1.
8.
6.
8. Cool. Who got the 1?
Me. Edwin.
You fall to your knees, and everything that has now happened since you were last in a place of safety, you forget. Amnesia takes over you. The last thing you remember is sitting in that carriage on your way to the British Museum. Who rolled a 2?
Me.
You go instantly blind and deaf, and you lose the use of your legs as you fall to the floor, and you scream and scream and scream as the vision of this creature just breaks your sanity. Not only is this going to affect you for the next minute, hour, this affects you for a week, 2 weeks, a month.
I won't scream into the mic for everyone's ears.
No, that's all good. What were the other scores? Sorry, Llewellyn, what did you roll?
I rolled a 6.
You faint and just pass out.
Oh.
And Maddox, you rolled an 8. You begin to you fall to your knees as Tommy peers over you, and Tommy almost seems to sink back into that shadow and rise following Nyarlathotep, and you just sit there and laugh and laugh and laugh. Maddening laughter that just pierces throughout this tunnel. All of you are found the next morning in various states of madness. The temple itself lies in ruins. The air is thick with the acrid scent of burnt incense and something far more sinister, a lingering, cloying, metallic odour that seems to seep into your very bones. The once majestic walls of this pyramid are cracked and crumbling now, their ancient carvings shattered and defaced. Flickering candlelight within here casts long shadows across the broken floor, and the sound of dripping water echoes eerily in the oppressive silence. None of the cultists survive, their bodies shattered, broken and burned, their fanatical zeal shattered in that face of defeat, success, who knows. The altar, the focal point of the ritual, is now twisted in ruin. That artifact that was at the centre in the hands of Elias Cromwell now lying shattered, cracked, inert, its power broken. But the darkness remains. A sense of something maybe unfinished, but a malevolent presence that lingers at the edges of everyone's perception. The shadows seem deeper, the silence more profound, as if the very fabric of reality has been strained and twisted by the events that have unfolded here. You are all broken shadows of your former selves. You have escaped, found by Madame Celine and a number of police officers, but your minds are shattered in places, Reginald especially. Your sanity in tatters. London seems to tremble under the weight of what has been unleashed here, and dark rumours spread of strange occurrences and inexplicable events in the city's underbelly. And that, my friends, is where we conclude Whispers of the Fog, our Halloween special.
Matt, well done. Absolutely tremendous. Really, really great. Thank you.
Yep. Nice prep,
I appreciate we had to rush through a few bits there, and I appreciate there's moments where it may have felt like we were railroaded a little bit. I will let you in. Had you tried to tackle Cromwell as opposed to shoot him, the dagger may have not fallen. But in those moments,
Doesn't matter.
this is what happens.
Yeah.
Um,
These are the choices we make without the information, and that's what's fun.
Absolutely. Well done to all of you. Like, stepping into a whole new system, learning as we go, because yes, I've read as much as I can, but even then, still fuck some things up, but bollocks to it. I appreciate the efforts right now into all of the costumes, because I know this was my idea, and I very much appreciate it. So it was epic. Well done. Yeah, final thoughts from anyone?
Thanks, man.
Can't
Thanks for
unblind
fucking.
left.
It's amazing. It really is amazing.
Thanks for prepping all that.
Yeah.
Thanks for fucking
Like,
taking the time to fucking do all that and fucking
Yeah.
put all the effort in.
It's really
tell there's a
great fun
lot
to play
of effort
Call
in
of Cthulhu, actually. I think it's great fun. Yeah.
Cool. Well, that's the next thing, I guess, is, like, we've got currently our Monsters of the Week mini-series, which we will revisit in a couple of weeks. But if everybody's enjoyed this, players and viewers alike, let us know. Some feedback in the chat already. I am more than happy to revisit Call of Cthulhu and do something a little bit longer term, but still a mini-series, and we can look at it that way. But still, hats off for you for all diving into that horror element and really rolling with it, each and every one of you. So yeah, thank you very much.
Fuck yeah.
I very much enjoyed it. I would love to see us do a mini-series of Call of Cthulhu. I think we've all enjoyed it very much, and yeah, I think it's great fun. As long as it's
I'm
not
gonna
too
need a
much of a
different
tax on you
character.
for making all the paraphernalia. But
Because Reggie,
amazing.
I'm going to need a different character because Reggie's just going to be going for the. That's all he can do.
Well,
We can
as
work
we
something
move
out.
into a mini-series, we can be the Descendants, but I think we will then move into the Call of Cthulhu era proper, which is the 1920s, 1930s.
Ooh, very nice.
So 20,
Yes.
30 years beyond this event. And we may venture over into America and go do the Arkham setting, for example, which is core Lovecraft.
Nice.
So yeah.
The
Have a think
system
of
the system wasn't bad at all. I think there's some
Yeah.
stuff that's super interesting about it. I think Yeah, curious to play some more. Also, I mean, bro, you got campaign 2 and fucking other shit to worry about. Let's fucking. You sure you want to tackle a miniseries in this as well? Damn, dude. I mean, if you want to do it, dude, I'm there. But fucking, you're a madman.
It's either that or I just chuck the ball to Danny and say he's got to run Call of Cthulhu.
Oh, that's mean. Oh, that's really
I'm
mean.
fine. I'm fine.
No,
I'm fine with
I mean, no, absolutely not. That's so mean.
Guys,
I'm with Dave.
Look, I've done the research.
Guys, did you hear that? He just said he's fine with it. He's in. He just said, I'm
No, I said,
fine with it.
no, I'm fine not to do that. Yeah.
Oh,
Good
that
stuff.
was
Look, I appreciate
great fun.
it is late. We are well beyond our usual finishing time. As I literally undo the waistcoat because I am dying right now.
I am baking.
Yeah, I had to take the coat off. Look, we really appreciate all of the support tonight. Thank you to the raiders, thank you to the chat, thank you for the feedback as well. That's amazing. We'll probably put a bit of a poll out, see what people are feeling about this. But I'm glad everybody enjoyed tonight. It was meant to be a little bit of a finality at the end as well. I thoroughly enjoyed that. We are back next week with episode 70 of campaign 2 before we go back into Monster of the Week for an episode, Monster of the Week episode 2, and then we have our, I believe, bumper episode where we've got a number of guest stars appearing, one of which may be a member of Roll Together. So if you have joined us from the Roll Together raid, please join us in a couple of weeks to go and see one of your usual viewer or usual people that you see on stream. Join Malt and Magic for a week or 2 weeks in fact of chaos. But yes, thank you to my players. Final thoughts and feedback from anyone before we close?
Let's do it again.
Just
Let's
super
do it.
impressed, dude, with your prep. It was beyond the Call of Duty. So yeah, awesome, dude.
My main takeaway is I picked the easiest costume and I have no regrets.
You made really good decisions. You made really good decisions tonight, Danny.
I mean, Bodhi went as far as going to get his hair cut, which is amazing.
Indeed, yeah. It was perfect timing, and I was thinking, early 1900s. I'll get a throwback. That'll work. Yeah, everyone will like that.
Tom, now Tom took his hat off and his mustaches fell off. He looks like Joe Biden.
It could have been worse. Let's be fair. I mean, to be fair, fair play to Tom for literally committing to the bit because the fucking eyebrows fell off.
Yeah.
The soul patch flicking around is my favourite moment of the whole episode. Fuck everything else, just this. Doing that was brilliant. So yeah, look, cool. With that being said, then it is 10 minutes to midnight. Thank you to everyone once again. This has been a lot of fun. We've been the Malt and Magic crew. This has been Halloween special Call of Cthulhu Whispers of the Fog. Stay safe. We love you all, and we will see you next time.